Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Santosh Mathew, moderators of the different panels, the panelists, CSR representatives, representatives from the service units, NGO participants, and the staff representatives from different units of Indian Social Institute. We are honored to have such an esteemed group of participants representing a wide range of expertise, experiences, and perspectives. Together, your presence enriches this forum, providing a unique opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, share success stories, and forge partnerships that amplify the reach and impact of corporate social responsibility. On behalf of different units of Indian Social Institute and Jesuit Research and Development Society, I am pleased to welcome you all to the CSR Conclave being held in our campus today. 5 different units are operating in this campus: Research, Jesuit Refugee Service, Migrant Assistance and Information Network, Low-Punch, and Secretariat for Inclusive Development. We work in partnership and close collaboration with the different social and developmental centers or institutes that are operating in different parts of India. More details will be presented to you during this conclave. This conclave celebrates collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility for building a sustainable and inclusive future. Today, we bring together visionaries, practitioners, and leaders from diverse sectors to explore impactful solutions that address the most pressing challenges of our time. The conclave will provide a platform for the participants to share their experiences, insights, and best practices in implementing CSR projects. This exchange of knowledge can help organizations learn from each other and improve their own CSR efforts. The members of this assembly will get opportunities for networking among businesses, NGOs, and other stakeholders. This can lead to collaborations, partnerships, and joint initiatives to address social and environmental issues. Overall, this is an occasion to play a crucial role in promoting and advancing CSR practices, which provide a valuable platform for dialogue, collaboration, and learning, helping organizations to make a positive impact on society and the environment. critical role the CSR initiatives play in disaster management and resilience building. The panel on reimagining education and CSR's role in realizing NEP 2020 goals and empowerment communities will delve into the transformative vision of the National Education Policy of 2020. The panel on rare diseases and the role of CSR initiatives will highlight the silent yet critical health challenges posed by rare diseases and the untapped potential of CSR to address them. The panel on building the digital divide. The panel on bridging the digital divide. Cybersecurity awareness as a CSR priority will discuss how in a rapidly digitizing world, cybersecurity is emerging as a vital concern, especially for the underprivileged, underserved communities. As we embark on this journey today, let us be inspired by the possibilities and empowered to drive change that truly makes a difference, particularly on the lower strata of society. Thank you for joining us, and I wish you a fruitful and rewarding experience at this conference, and a warm welcome to each and every one.
Governance and public policy. As the country lead at the Gates Foundation, he oversees initiatives in state capacity building, public finance, and health system design. With a PhD from ITS Sussex and a master's from the Delhi School of Economics, Dr. Matthew has also served in key government roles, including Principal Secretary and Chairperson of the National Council for Teacher Education. His contribution extends to advisory roles on several global and national goals. I would like to request Dr. Santosh Matthew and I request Dr. Sebastian Rush to welcome him with a floral bouquet.
country that is growing systematically, and that growth, when you say, are K-shaped, in the sense that certain people are benefiting more than others. It is a fact of life that there are extremely wealthy people in India and the world. I work in a foundation which is funded solely by the generosity of one of the most richest people in the world, Mr. Bill Gates. It used to be Bill and his wife Melinda, as you know, they are separated, but we carry her name, and she was a very integral part of our work, both in thought leadership and guidance. The point I'm making is that it's been my experience, I worked in government for 32 years and about 7 years outside. It's my experience that it is the power of the idea and the power of the imagination that actually unlocks the resources, both financial and human, required for social action. Let me give you an example. I do not know how many of you have heard of the word CAPTCHA, C-A-P-T-C-H-A. So when you operate on the internet and you're supposed to log into some place with a login password, on the bottom of that, they also give you a CAPTCHA. You're actually supposed to type in something which is a mutilated version of some alphabet or number. And the reason why that became necessary is because people were writing software code to automate this process. So they were actually, you're producing that as a security requirement for the system to survive. So it is required, right? But because it was required, about some 200 million or some enormous number of people were actually typing these 6 letters or 6 words plus letters all over the world in a rather productive yet optimally unproductive way. In the sense that it's very important to understand that typing CAPTCHA was serving a purpose in the same way that our individual activities as organizations and individuals, whether it be feeding the hungry or teaching the out-of-school children or doing something else, these are all important things. But then somebody came up with the idea, and it's called RE-CAPTCHA, which is that if we could give those words for being typed up to be chosen from the global digitization effort on books. You know that there is this global digitization efforts to digitize books that have not been digitized. It requires millions of books to be scanned, corrected and put in. Then the idea came that in this process, because of the the nature of the scanning and the ancientness of the text, those words or sentences that the computer cannot recognize, let's systematically pull that out and make that CAPTCHA typing exercise part of a coordinated effort. Because what are we doing? We are using human intelligence to interpret something which computers cannot interpret, and we're making this entry. As a consequence, today, over 2 million books are being digitized successfully with no additional effort. The point I'm making is, if the sum of our individual actions can actually be coordinated through collective thinking and collective action, which produces a new imagination of what is it that our country needs to do, then perhaps we can really amplify our efforts and increase our ability to raise the financial and human resources required for social action that will be transformative for our country. This is the only point I want to place before you for your consideration. In the rest of the few minutes that I will spend with you, I'll give you a few examples from my own experience. As you have heard, I was an IAS officer. I served in the Bihar cadre, which was Jharkhand and Bihar now. It was Bihar in those days. In 2000, Bihar and Jharkhand were separated. So I worked in, Dhanbad, Palamu, Khagadia, Motihari, Patna. I also taught at India Civil Service College. I was a professor there from 1994 to 2000 for 6 years. So my experience is obviously colored very deeply by government. And also, I serve on various boards, but I've been with the Gates Foundation. It's my 7th year. According to me, so I'm going to be colored by my own life experience, so please take it for whatever it is worth. So as I look at the totality of India's future requirements, I see two sectors that are really holding us back and in which voluntary action or social action is really required. And that is health and education. Now, normally the way we interpret action in health and education is, with health it's running dispensaries, it's running outreach programs, it's providing medicines for people who cannot afford it, or like entering the CAPTCHA words are important and serving a purpose. But if we can bring some collective imagination to the way we solve the health problem, my contention to you is that we can simply unleash the power that we have never seen before. And let me tell you what it is. I do not know how many of you, so I used to serve in the finance department of Bihar, and I used to have the health minister come to me because I was holding the budget, so if he needed any money, he had to come to me. So he and the health secretary would come and say, Raju sahab, we need 2,000 crores more for our health budgets. And this was the nature of the conversation. I said, sir, absolutely no problem. I fully understand that, the social return on investment in health is very high. Bihar anyway is under-resourced on health, so I'm happy to give you as much money as you want. If it is 2,000 crores, so be it. But I want to ask you a question. Is that what do you want this money for? So a typical answer is, I want more doctors, I want more nurses, I want more medicines, I want more buildings, I want more equipment, and so on. The list went down. Then the next question I used to ask is, sir, this is all fantastic, but may I ask you, what is your program to make work out of the people you already have? Your doctors, your nurses, your ASHA workers. I mean, even if the chief minister needs to send his daughter for treatment to a government facility, then somebody will have to ring up and say, Doctor sahab, beti ko bhej raha hu, thoda sa dekh lena. You cannot really go as a citizen to a health facility. Forget government. I have taken one of my younger colleagues who was having strokes to probably the most prominent hospital in Delhi. And his own brother-in-law was heading the department of neurosciences in that hospital. And he had phoned his earlier team saying, he's being brought, he's my brother-in-law. And we had to wait for 90 minutes outside for the doctor to be able to see him. Finally, IAS officers tend to be alpha male in their approach. I tried to sort of, hold myself back. Finally, I barged in and recreated a little bit of a thing, and that's when this young colleague of mine was attended to. The point I'm making is that the health system that this country operates, whether it is the private or the public sector, is deeply broken. I can share with those of you who are interested, there are studies which have actually examined the quality of care and of treatment advice being given at the primary level, and the average of let us say 100 treatment plans were examined, which is diagnosis plus prescription, for 5 conditions. It's a study that I have read very deeply, and the conclusion was the the percentage of people getting the right treatment was 2.15%. It makes absolutely no sense for me in the finance department to give even a single naya paisa to the health minister because the entire public health system is today a trading of IOU. I will call you when I have a problem, and when you get caught for not being in the hospital and instead doing private practice, you will call me and I will ensure no action is taken against you. This is the IOU that is actually operating. Now this has to be transformed. It is a design question. And why am I telling this to a CSR audience? It is again individual capture versus collective action through individual activities. Now, what will it take to solve this problem? According to me, it's very simple. We will have to help government establish a system by which the first port of call for anybody, maybe the chief minister, maybe a rickshaw puller, maybe a bricklayer worker, your first port of call should be actually a phone call. A phone call to a care coordination center which says, "Beta, mujhe pichle 15 din se sir dard ho raha hai. I'm having headache for 15 days." Today the technology exists. And it's on my mobile phone, I'm sure you all have seen that also. There is what is called an adaptive question engine. So you just type in headache. It will tell you what is the next question to ask. Typically, how many days have you had it? Then the next question would be, and it's adaptive, right? Depending on the answer, the next question is actually adaptive. And then the next question typically is it there on both sides? Next would be when you bend down, does it increase? Have you been having temperature? Now what does this remind you of? These are precisely the kind of questions that a doctor would ask you when you go to her clinic or to the OPD and say you have a problem. These have all been now formalized through the collective wisdom of the profession and is actually available as an adaptive question engine. So imagine a scenario where in every state of India, whether you're a rickshaw puller, bricklayer worker or the chief minister, the first port of call is actually a phone call, where your case history is captured. The problem today is that I have looked at it very deeply, is that today no clinician writes the case history. They will write 3 medicines and 4 tests. How do you even know if this is an appropriate diagnosis? How do you even know if this is an appropriate line of treatment if the case history has not been captured? The point I'm making is that there are significant design questions that need to be solved, which can be solved. And it is only when a community comes together, thinks of this as design problems, ideates with every part of society. So Nandan Nilekani's wife, Mrs. Nilekani, has this lovely sort of phrase, Rohini. She calls it Sarkar Samaj Bazaar. He says that we have to actually take a Sarkar Samaj Bazaar approach to our problems. So if health is our problem, then what does Sarkar need to do, what does Samaj need to do, what does Bazaar need to do to solve for that? And in that, what can we as voluntary action people do to be able to solve for the problem, but at the same time articulate this new vision and help both Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar, all three of them, chart a course of action which is to produce a new imagination. As you must have heard, I used to be at one time the chairperson of the National Council of Teacher Education. I was a regulator for teachers and teacher educational institutions. You know what's the fundamentals? I'm moving away from health now to the second example I want to share with you and then stop. I'm also happy to take any questions if you're interested. According to me, India has another big problem, and the big problem is a labor market problem. And it's very simple. We can't figure out the difference between a donkey and a horse. There's nothing wrong in a donkey or nothing good in a horse. A donkey is sturdy, requires much less care, can go on for much longer. A horse probably can go much much faster, it requires much more care. So they actually serve two purposes. The problem with the Indian labor market is that we do not know who's a donkey and who's a horse. By the way, this is a problem inside government as well. I used to head many departments in government, and when transfer posting or departmental promotion committee I am chairing over, I find that I can't make out the difference between a donkey and a horse. That simply doesn't exist. I will give you an example. So my foundation that I work for, not my foundation, the foundation I work for, our two goals that are very important for us is reduction in neonatal mortality and maternal mortality. We believe that, and we work deeply in the two Indian states of UP and BR. We work in other states as well. For the longest time, we knew that if we have to reduce neonatal mortality and maternal mortality, the quality of nursing has to improve. Now, I'm moving from teacher to education to tell you why this is actually a bigger market problem. It's a design question. We spend millions of dollars bringing some of the best nurses to go from facility to facility in UP Bihar, mentoring and handholding the nurses there to improve. And we have a lot of analysis on the work we do, and we studied the effort. In fact, for 48 months, post what is called our nurse mentoring intervention, we studied that work and we found, and rightly so, that even after 48 months of our mentorship effort, the nurses whom we mentored were the difference between what they were doing and people whom we did not mentor was statistically significant in a positive direction. So it was a worthwhile effort. But another thing that we saw was, not only was this positive, the direction, the slope of the curve was very interesting. And that is, if we went beyond 48 months, it is a downward sloping curve, that in the 50th, 60th month maybe, this both would have become one and the same. What was the problem? Nurse mentoring alone could not solve the problem of nursing. You had to change the way young people chose their nursing colleges. The information doesn't exist. Same problem with teacher education. We do not know which college is a donkey and which college is a nurse. Where are teaching learning outcomes better? Where are career opportunities better? Information doesn't exist. Then, what happens after you become a nurse? Can you actually move up your career by dint of your hard work and expertise? Nobody knows. Nobody knows which nurses are horse, which nurses are donkey. Which means that the way that the certification process run by the regulator had to change. Of course, we didn't get into any of these things because as a foreign foundation, how can we ever even imagine that we can make a difference there? So what did we do? We did what we could do. And you saw the result in downward sloping. This is where I entered into the scenario, and using my teacher education expertise, I put a proposition, and we went to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and we said, sir, would you like to give jobs for your women? He said, what kind of a question is that? Which Chief Minister would not like to give jobs to your women? He said, yes, you can actually significantly transform the number and quality of jobs you can give your women, provided you transform the way you do nursing regulation, and if you do that, you can actually begin to secure global, national, regional and local jobs for women through nursing. The point I'm making is that the moment we produced a new imagination, and we had a role for Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar, because this is now what I'm now indulging in over the last 1.5 years, is to actually improve the certification process and the information asymmetry that exists in the marketplace for nurses in such a way that quality nurses can actually move up their careers by, first of all, we are developing specialisms for nurses. Number two, we are helping the regulator establish new certification processes by which individual competencies are tested. The attitude, skill and knowledge required for those individual competencies are actually tested separately. And every nurse in UP will be given a digital CD which is held by the regulator. And a QR code will be given to the nurse and she can show this to a prospective employer or a current employer, where from the servers of the regulator, the video of her skill test would be visible. The competency by competency questions that were used, the answer she produced for her certification would be visible. The way she is assessed in the workplace quarter on quarter would be available to the marketplace. The point I'm making is that not all of this, all of us can do. But if we can produce a vision and an idea for a collective action, where Sarkar does what they need to do, Samaj does what they need to do, Bazaar needs what to do. So we not only do the captcha typing we do that in the context of an overall plan, and that, according to me, will unleash the human and financial resources needed for collective action. Because it's not as if, surplus money is not available with the people of India. It is not as if they are unwilling to give. What we need to produce is a new imagination that can actually transform the way our country is able to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew, for sharing your enriching experiences, which is thought-provoking both in the health and labor sectors, and of course a source of inspiration for all of us. Now I would request Ms. Tanvi Dogra for giving a presentation. After that, it will be followed by a group photograph to capture this moment. Over to Tanvi.
Good morning, everyone, and namaste. My name is Tanvi Dogra, and I am associated with JSOD Research and Development Society. Today it's a great honor and privilege for me to present my organization in front of you all. So, most of you must be aware about JSOD organizations, some may be not. But if I tell you that JSODs have a very strong legacy in education, then you will get some idea like what kind of impact and work we have done. So these are the legacy of JSOD education in India. Our centers, our esteemed centers are XLRI Jamshedpur, Xavier Institute of Social Services Ranchi, Loyola College Chennai, St. Joseph College Trichy, XIM Bhubaneswar. Then we have Reba in Chennai, St. Xavier's College in Mumbai, and St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Our nature of programs is like that. Our presence is all over India. So we have 60 plus social and development activity centers. In all over India, as of now, we have 397 schools. We have 66 colleges. We have 21 technical and skills training institutes. Apart from that, we have 16 management institutes and 4 universities. But we also believe strongly in our social responsibility. That is why under the social initiative of JSOD Conference of South Asia, India, we are working in India since 2006 in 9 social development programs. Under JRDS, we have 2 wings. One is resource hub for social development activities, and one is research programs. Under resource hub for social development activities, we do a lot of capacity building workshops. Right now, we are doing a lot of workshops online and offline for exclusively for our partners. But moving forward, we are widening our scope and we want to reach broader audience. so that more and more stakeholders can benefit from these workshops. We are doing a lot of digital marketing, baseline studies, impact assessment, and social media, website designing kind of workshops, storytelling, communication related workshop. So if you are open, then we are open for these kind of workshops for your organizations as well. Under CTS, as I shared, that we have 9 social development sectors, which you will see in further slides. These are our 9 social development programs. Skills training, we have social protection, education, formal and non-formal, peace and reconciliation, ecology and environment. Then we also work with youth. Then we have mining and minerals, refugee services, and last is migrant welfare. The first program we have is skills training. Under skills training, we empower youth for employable skills. So far, we have reached thousands of beneficiaries, and we are working in 18 states through 17 institutes. We are running right now 42 courses, and we have 50 strong network partners all over India. These institutes provide both formal and informal courses. We also have NSTC and NEOS certified courses. Some of the prominent institutes, we have Royal Vocational Institute, New Delhi. Then we have VCare in Jadipuri, New Delhi. We also have Ashadeep Community College in Bihar. Then we have Xavier Technical Institute, Gujarat. These are all the prominent universities, but we also have more unit presence in all over India. These are few images that I have shared. This is on the top, you can see tribal women. They have recently done their course in beauty culture, so these are the ones. We are running various courses like bakery, plumbing, and computer, digital marketing. These are courses we are doing so far. Under social protection program, we focus on reducing poverty, and we support vulnerable groups like women, widows, women and girls. We also provide them financial support and also healthcare support. So far we have reached like 3,25,000 individuals in 15 states. We have a strong network of 155 network partners, and so far we have done 803 community projects in all over India. These are a few images. You can see that community people are engaged in a toilet, and this is a self-help group picture. Then under education, we have both formal and non-formal education. We are providing like sponsorships, books, nutritious meal. We also believe in strong innovation ideas. We also do capacity building of our teachers. And so far we have benefited lakhs of children, and we are working in 20 states through 1,200 centers. We are working in 155 partners. So these are few images. This is a STEM education image. This is early childhood development. We also take care of WASH activities. And you can see a girl on computer. Then we also work on peace and reconciliation. Our focus is on promoting peace and dialogue. And so far we have worked with 66 partners in 42 units, and we have reached like 50,000 children and community members all over India. So these are the images. We also work on ecology and environment. We focus on promoting eco-conservation. We do a lot of tree plantation drives. We also have waste management and eco-consciousness awareness programs. So far we have reached 3,000 children in 23 states through 30,000 eco programs and also thousands of farmers. So here you can see we are doing capacity building of farmers, and this is our solar water project in Nashik, Maharashtra, and this is Tadmitra, one of our partners in Patna. So they do a lot of awareness programs all over India. Then we also work with youth. Our focus is on guiding and mentoring lot of community engagement activities with them. So far we have impacted 70,000 youth in 20 states through 7 dedicated centers. So the other program we are running is mining and minerals. We are working with Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand in 2 states. We promote responsible mining practices. We do a lot of workshops regarding the environmental sustainability. We work for workers' rights and equitable benefits for the communities. So far we have impacted 60,000 beneficiaries to 3 centers and 40 networks. These are few images. Then we also work for refugee services. We are committed to work for the benefit of refugees. And so far we have reached 50,000 refugees. They are all from Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and 13 locations we are working right now. So we, what we do is we provide them skills training. We also do formal and non-formal education for them, and we also do like Anganwadis, and we have education centers for them. So these are few images. We also support livelihood activities for them. And we also work for migrants welfare. We have a partner, MAIN, Migrants Assistance and Information Network. They have a dedicated toll-free number. They have a dedicated toll-free number 1-800-891-2995, where distressed migrants or their families or partners can call them, and we give assistance to them. Our presence is all over India, but our central hub is in Indian Social Institute, Delhi. We also have 2 zonal hubs. One is Indian Social Institute, Bangalore, and Baghaisha in Ranchi. Apart from that, we also have 16 sub-hubs. We work with state governments as well, and we work with individuals, we work with CBOs, community people to enhance their overall presence in the community. Then we have research program, and we are expertise in comprehensive evaluation study. We also do impact assessment. We have done research and data analysis activities. These are few of basic accomplishments. We have done baseline studies, carried out baseline study for the legal cell for human rights in Assam. We have also conducted a baseline study in Andikal, Bengaluru for one of our partners in Karnataka. We have done impact assessment as well. One is in education area. We have carried out assessment in over 250 schools, providing critical insights that guided educational strategies and policies across South Asia to improve learning outcomes of the students and also to enhance the student support facilities. Apart from that, we have also done the study of the impact of COVID-19 in rural areas across 12 states. This is our overall presence. We are working in pan-India, more than 28 plus states. So far we have reached 2 lakh plus people, and our technical partners are more than 100. So this is a map where we are working. And now we are open for more collaboration, and so a lot of activities we are planning to do. So you are all welcome to participate and collaborate with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanvi, for giving such an elaborate presentation of the work being done on various sectors. Now we shall have a group photo. After that, we'll go for a short tea break, and we'll be coming back by 11:20 for the first panel discussion. So let's assemble here for the photograph.
Ready? Go up.
and coffee. Now let's begin with the session 1, that is on ecology, environment, climate change, sustainability and biomass. So I request Mr. Ashish Jha, the CSR Universe, for the panel discussions, and Mr. Prabhakan Jain from DS Group, Mr. Vivek Prakash, Julian Bharti Foundation, Mr. Baiju Kurian, Bisleri, Mr. Satya Prakash from FXB India Suraksha. So I request all the panelists, dignitaries to be seated. The moderator of the first session is Dr. Ashish Jha, and each of the panelists will be getting around 8 to 10 minutes. And if you all have any queries in between to ask, in the schedule there is a QR code for session 1, so you can scan and submit your queries in that, and the panelist or the moderator will revert back to you. So over to Mr. Ashish Jha for the first session.
Today's topic is, of course, is the climate change and related aspect, and we can't actually neglect the climate change from different aspect of our life. But I also believe that it's a very vast topic. Everyone has to identify its very specific area to intervene related to climate change. So at DS Group, actually, we identify water the core approach and share something. So this is the basically UN website, and they written a statement. Can I send off this video for you? So they written that climate change primarily is a water crisis. So sometimes actually we feel that climate change is related to energy only, but it's not actually. It's very, very particularly the water, the sea level is rising, ice is melting down, our weather actually is changing, monsoon pattern is shifting. So it's particularly a water crisis, and moving to the next, we can imagine the one of the photographs. So can we go back there? So what we can see in this photograph? Water crisis and anything else? Water crisis and anything else? किसको सबसे ज़्यादा चैलेंज आता है water crisis? And particularly we can see the women are more, there are around 90% women are there. So just imagine actually, so those are actually less contributed towards the climate change, but the vulnerability or impact of climate is very high. And then we moving to the next slide, we will see that more than 80% fresh water is actually using for the agriculture. I am not quoting the specific data because there are 86, 85%, 70%, but a large portion actually of fresh water is using agriculture. So it's primarily we are agriculture dependent economy. Although it's around 16 to 19% contribution in agriculture contribution in GDP, but indirect contribution is much higher. I think sir is very well aware about it. It's coming from the food industry. And they can understand actually there are many industries which are actually heavily dependent on agriculture. Our entire business model is dependent on agriculture. And moving to the next slide. So water is livelihood. And climate change is the water crisis. So climate change actually is impacting our life. Like climate change को address नहीं करता, जीवन बिल्कुल नहीं. Moving to the, so what we can do actually. So there are many things which can be done. I'll just share a few photographs which the work that we did. We basically moving to the next. So we are working in a four basically dimensions. And first we believe that actually decentralization of water resources is very important. There can be water can be moving on to the centralized big dams and that work is required, but we believe that if we are looking for the climate related solution, it has to be decentralized. Community ownership has to be rebuilt again. I'm not going into the history because it's very limited time that we have. Then we also think about the climate smart agriculture because agriculture is the largest domain issue. And the last and very important, जो आपने बाजार की बात करी थी, we have to build the local economies. The centralized economies is not environment friendly. So we have to build the local economic model. And this is one of the work that we did. So we constructed more than 1,000 plus structure. This is one of the photographs that we have. This is structure in Udaipur. And we designed, this is another project that you mentioned that this photograph is taken by your colleague. So I am showing this photograph here also. This is one of the structure in Karachi. And this is how we are actually promoting the access to water to the field so that irrigation system. Moving to the next quickly, actually, these are the way we are promoting the efficient use of water for the tribal women. Then next, these are the again the solution that how basically we improve the current agricultural practices. How basically this is another photo that we have promoted. So you can see the difference in the same field. On the left side, traditional way of agriculture that we are introducing climate smart or SRI or whatever. There are different terminologies are there, but ultimately crop diversification is very important. Land actually is shrinking down. That average land holding in 70s was around 2 hectare plus, now it's less than 1 hectare. So we are actually, land actually, ownership actually is reducing and we have to come up with a certain solution. And this is the last thing from my side. So this entire work actually, this is the work that we are doing. My question was also that how actually the corporate can come forward and contribute towards the climate change. So we can build the solution to address the climate change also, and we can also contribute the effort to build the resilience in the community to deal with the impact of the climate change. So this is the big.
Okay, so we talked about water, and any discussion on water cannot be completed without thoughts from Mr. We have Mr. Victoria, and so there are different aspects to climate action and sustainable practices that we talk about, we discuss about, and one of the major concerns remains how do we reuse, recycle, and reduce also, right?
question. Really tricky question. Sustainability is in our DNA. So, distillery produces not only water, as you say, we have other products too. Yes, we are using plastics as a container for giving the safety, low cost model water and highly purified water to everyone. So, if you are looking about the business, I think focusing more on the growth or business model. Every year we are doubling the numbers of water requirements because in India, 54% of the urban population doesn't have pipes in their homes. And everyone in this Delhi, they are not using pipe water for drinking, right? So there should be availability of water, and the government should recognize that yes, this company is giving water in a very nominal price to the people who are in every way. About sustainability, I will come to that. In 2001, when the government or any kind of a development agency not even thought about plastic recycling, distillery thought about that, and we started plastic recycling in 2000. In the year of 2000, we started the plastic recycling. And to still that factory is running. And from the last 7 years, we are a plastic neutral company. How much plastics we are actually using? We are collecting more than the plastics from the markets and recycling. And we are not getting this kind of a high quality plastics back. We are getting only the low value plastics, the carry bags and all kind of single use plastics. I think you can see everywhere in Delhi. So we are collecting that and recycling. Till today, in November, the November 30, the data is 15,800 metric tons of plastics. We collected and we recycled it. So in India, there is no other company can confidently come this stage and say it like this. So we done it. So what we are doing is with a clear thought. And all our plants, I think you can see that we have more than 135 and 36 plants. I hope we also started one. So all the plants are highly Japan-based, high modern technology we are using. And our water rejection means the water rejected from the main plant outside is only the 5% of the total water. In India, there is no company can claim this kind of a thing. This was really given the data to the government. And that 5% also we are utilizing in our gardening and in our office staff programs. So, how you think about building a brand? How you think about what you want to be next? And is that you should do it now. If you are not planning the right thing, it will not come. Value-based, high value-based, sustainable-based thinking, that is the only one thing. So, three things we told. The basic mantra, reduce, reuse and recycle. We have got an advanced mantra that is called redesign, re-engineer and realize the real. The new, these three things are added into all our operations, all our policies. So when a new person entering into a visitor world, the first 2 to 3 days, he may be really busy understanding the real values of the company and how we promote and how we are doing that into the world. So we have very good connect, means I think you clearly know that we have more than 7,000 distributors and there are again shopkeepers, there are communities, there are hospitals, there are hotels, there are institutions. Everywhere we have the direct link. We are not using any third party link. So the real value that is from the top, that is reaching to the top. And we have very good evaluation systems. So we get the pulse from the real customers. So we are growing on that. So CSR project, we have two major projects. One is called Bottles for Change program. I think that is shared. And one is Nayumi, that is a water conservation program. That also we started in 2001. When there are some families suicide in Kutch, village of Hydro area of Gujarat. So we started check dam construction that day. So now we have 280, 85, 83, 283 check dams. Because he was doing the reporting yesterday. So that's why I'm very clear about the data. Check dams and 26 billion liters of water we are storing for the people, those who are in rural India. So we have at a time capacities more than 26 billion liters of water that we are getting. So what happened? So you showed some dam. So what happened means there are many villages we enter where there is no marriage happened in the last 14 years. Because the neighboring villages are not ready to send the girls to that villages. Just with the thought that the main people will eat first and there is any leftover that only given to the female members of the family. So my daughter will be always in poverty, in a tough situation. So the marriage will not happen. There was full dry land. So when the check dams comes, the system started, they started with three times cropping. So their income level is increasing. Now, the marriage already started. The villagers, young people, those who already migrated to the city came back. And we have very beautiful villages. How many? 180 villages we have in only in Gujarat belt. They were so refused. I think I can stop here. Yeah.
These were very specific questions to as you all know, the issues of climate are not only limited to this part. There are multiple aspects to it. Whether it be energy efficiency, reducing reliability on fossil fuels,
Just for the benefit of the audience, I don't represent a government. I represent a non-profit. FXP Infrastructure is an implementing NGO and we partners with the corporates in executing where to align with our vision and the mission aspect. Completely in agreement with what effort has been towards mitigating the climate action and developing that resilience plan. Coming back to theoretically, if you look at it, India, to my best of understanding in terms of the geopolitics and where do we stand in terms of the policy framework around the climate aspect, we are doing better than any of the developing countries, the developed countries do. The problem and to which Vivekji has correctly pointed out and which you started, that where do you fit the Samaj in between the whole discourse around the climate and the related action. And the best way to begin with the FXP, we work in 21 countries, but in India we are registered as an Indian entity. And it's been almost 17 years of operations, directly implementing programs across 13 states. We work in different domains, livelihood, education, health, protection, safety. Now, the point of bringing these different areas, that when you bring climate, where do you fit in the rights? Do you see that this discourse is somewhere connected from the rights perspective? So recently when you look at, since we're sitting in Delhi, why the Supreme Court jumped around the climate, the air pollution discourse. They did not say that it's just Delhi and it is affecting one particular community. They look it from the rights perspective. And that's the translation and the transition we have to bring it on the ground. So when we started, and as I bring in the experience of FXP when we started working on livelihood, we thought of that, how do you develop that entrepreneurship skill within the women folk, and just not limiting on this SHG creation, etc. Now, today when we are looking at the same domain, we look at how the climate has impacted the strategy of the community. And so as somebody who's designing an intervention in the community level. And to bring an example, we started working in one of the Western districts in Assam called Dharam, almost like 8 years back. There was no footprint of flood in that district. So we were completely based on the agro-based livelihood activities was the most suitable activity over there. Now in the last 4 to 5 years, we started experiencing the Brahmaputras, and the water is also coming to the ground. Now, as a strategy, how do you respond to it? So A, we looked at the diversification and the alternative options where we moved from agri to the non-agri products. And that has somewhere developed that level of resilience within the community, because you don't lose your time period in just managing the flood and the related impact. So now currently we are engaging with almost 5,000 women folk, and we have created a brand, and I would like you to visit, which is called Mahora Wheels. Now we have started and promoted that, the handloom, because they are traditionally well suited as an weavers. So we just diversified and brought that market piece to them. So now when you look at Assam, it always looks like Kocha. So now these are the products which is well competent with the Fab India product. So this is just an example that how do you bring in and bring that element of resilience which Prabhakar-ji was also bringing in. Because when you look at that, this is the reality now which you have to live with. Now, how do you change your course of action? We work extensively in the area of human trafficking and child protection. Now, earlier I used to get those cases where the distress migration has led to human trafficking. So now you don't have those connections which you cannot ignore it. You may be addressing from the water point of view, from the recycling point of view, but somewhere this integration has to bring in. Let's say when you are working in these tribal communities where I don't have a reach, you may say that we don't work in this rights aspect. But since they are getting impacted through this, Now, how do you bring in this element to say that, we are covering it up? We can't say that, this is not my area, and that doesn't mean that you bring in another NGO, You see that where the signage is coming from the government side. The government have full lot of the department who have the mandate to work on this. So how do you bring them and make them accountable? And the third piece is all about, how do you educate the young minds? So my colleague from FXB USA, they run a very fantastic program called, Climate Advocate Program, and we have reached out to almost 4,000 young adults across the globe, where we just teach around the climate advocacy, So how do you integrate the climate and see what impact it has created in South Africa, It's not the same in India, So we customize the whole curriculum based on the reason realities, So those are, three bottlenecks which I feel is strongly important to integrate in today's discourse.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Prakash. So, while you have shared a few insights on different aspects of how do you deal with those challenges, I would just like to understand, because Mr. Jain, Mr. Prakash and Mr. Kurian, they represent the organizations which are supposed to contribute to climate goals also, right? All companies in India, big companies especially, because they use a huge amount of energy in their operation and multiple things. So, what are a few sustainable practices that you are proud of in your organization, and what learning does it bring to the stakeholders in India? So I'll just begin with Mr. Jain.
So, basically, the sustainability is now a very integral part of any business entity. So, while I'm representing the CSR, but still I would love to share about, for example, in our business, around 22% energy actually is coming from the renewable sources. It's directly producing our within units only. This is just one of the examples. We are actually conserving water around actually 20 times more than what we are consuming in our business. So these are the facts and figures which are there, but there are a lot of compliances are also there. So that last question that you asked, actually I will just add to one thing, that actually India climate action strategy actually is quite aggressive. Despite we have a lot of challenges, I will not go into that part whether 100 billion is commitment or 300 billion. It's a international political agenda, and definitely if we deal with the climate, that funds is required, and those basically develop on the cost of the environment, they have certain obligation to basically invest in that. So it's a that fact. But in our all action, actually we need to think about the climate. While if we are educating a boy or a child in the school, he should be sensitized enough about his own action about the climate. If we are working with the farmers, then we need to talk about the climate friendly agriculture practices. If we are talking about the auto industry, then they should be aware about actually even maintenance of vehicle is also very important. Actually, that can also a significant contribution in the climate. So actually, each one of actually need to think about the climate, and industry actually is very aggressively is coming forward to basically address the climate agenda in their own business operation aspect, not from the CSR. CSR, so it's an additional thing that they need to do it, but their own business practices, they are quite aggressive.
So, actually, I'm from Jubilant Bhatia Group, and so sustainability, especially when GRI is the first organization who have created a framework so that the corporation can measure their if you will measure annually, you can measure. So they have created a framework through which you can measure and then you can report also. And certainly if you will measure reports, you will be able to manage properly. So in 2000, they came to India. They selected, in fact, insights about sustainability and this framework so that they can start reporting. So and they look companies from different sectors, from chemical sectors, from mining, from even public, private, automobile. So we were lucky that we were part of that consortium of 10 companies, so from Jubilant. So we learned a lot, and we started our first reporting in 2002-03 after that training. And from 2002-03, so you can see on our website, so all reports are available there. So many companies like Tata, Reliance, SAIL, ONGC, ITC, so they were 10 companies, and then it has given a lot of learning to improve within the organization. And then certainly when you are able to report, it means you are doing something, then only you can report. So in the first report, you won't believe we were only reporting on 68% of the indicators which were there on that paper. Slowly we improved. So we found that we are not having some system to measure. It means you have to develop that system. And then slowly there is a provision to report on your proactiveness also. So there are something which are compliance, like ERR is now compliance part. So EPR is now compliance part. But again, what you are like he explained that proactively they are working on conserving water, but they are now, you can say, water positive also. So these are for proactiveness part, which you can report also on that platform. Then you have to take the goal also, and you can align those goals with SDG also. Earlier it was Millennium Development Goal, now SDG. So you have to align your goal, your target with MDG and SDG now. So these are framework which we adopted, and it has given a lot of learning and a lot of opportunity to improve within the organization. So this is one part where we are proud that we become part of this consortium. We learned a lot and we improved within the organization also. And we are now giving this knowledge, giving this learning, sharing this learning with other partners also. So like it's called green supply chain. So you need not just require to improve yourself, but in fact you have a lot of other companies who are your partners. You share your learning with them and try to influence them also to improve upon. So that learning also is good, and you no doubt. So as you explained, Samaj, Sarkar and Bajar, so it's a business case. So that has given us a business case. Earlier our interest rate was the bank, the loan. Now many financial institutions are giving a loan to your company based on your this sustainability data on reduced price. So that social bond also we got, this green bond also we got. So we are proudly we can say that the sustainability initiative has given us a lot of business advantage also in terms of getting long-term contract business also, finances and less price also. So these are some advantages which we got. So it's not just for the sake of society or environment. This is for your own business, your own growth, your own sustainability. So, and we are proud of that we become part of that consortium, and we learned a lot, and we are improving and working on those things.
So I will not take more than a minute. So sustainability practices begins with the vendor to even the distributions. So distilleries, I think plants are plants works only in the 200 kilometer radius. So and we are using CNG based vehicle and solar based equipments for inside activities. So in the vendor also we will not allow them to take the materials inside because our workers are going everywhere, so they can collect it and come back. So when they are coming back, their vehicles are empty. So there are a lot of things to practices if you are saying inside out, or all plants are with the solar supports. So everywhere, how much we can reduce the carbon footprints is easy thoughts. I think everyone knows that. So we do that. That's a practice we are using. So I think everyone will welcome to the companies and see how we work.
So, when Mr. Prakash was saying that the framework in which he started, his organization started measuring the kind of sustainability efforts that are being taken, and that brought lots of learning and insights, right? So, but in many cases, we are just creating a solution once the problem arrives to our door, right? Now, towards preparing ourselves better, right? What are the future challenges that you see, and for which you have to be ready? There might not be a solution as of now with you for any future challenges, but what are those future challenges? At least we need to talk about those challenges. मुझे नहीं पता है अभी जो 20 साल पहले हम एयर पोल्यूशन पे कितना बात करते थे और 25 साल पहले कितना बात करते थे. Now this has consistently increased the discussions around it. Now, what are those future challenges that you foresee coming, and then there might be solutions around it also? Prabhakar.
There are different challenges from different perspectives. And for example, a company like us, we were more worried about the packaging industry, because the packaging is very critical for food products. If there's a minor changes in the regulation level, it will impact your entire business value chain. So for me, in near future, because I will not talk about it on like 5 years or 10 years, because I don't believe in the prediction for 5 to 10 years time, because considering the scenario that we have across the world. So in near future, I feel that from my industry point of view, the packaging is one of the very critical challenges. From generic point of view, everybody is talking about the AI and machine learning. So we are actually not prepared for the disruption that is happening across the world because of the AI and machine learning. So there are certain advantages for that also, but there are certain preparedness is also required from our side. For example, in automobile industry, we are already seeing huge unemployment thing, or maybe the machine learning aggressively entering into that and doing the work that the X number of workers is required for certain works, now actually very limited and few workers is required for that. So there's creating a problem for the engineers to particularly finding jobs in that particular domain. Similar thing will happen in different industry also in future. And for that actually we need to basically re-evolve ourselves. We need to basically, there are a lot of things where we need to unlearn, we have to relearn, and then actually prepare ourselves for future possibilities. That is the tool that I would like to say.
Well, I think when I'm listening to this and I'm looking for, do we have any comparison to put some kind of a disaster in front of you, and then you see that there is any preparedness available for you, and I'm sure nothing else than the COVID comes to your mind. Now, when you talk about the climate impact, you cannot see from one lens that where it is impacting. So it will impact your health, it will impact your businesses, it will impact your livelihood, it will impact your whole, question around your presence and your well-being. Now, when you think from this lens, then I think you have a solution coming in. So I don't want to say that you have water crisis coming in. So I can recall 2.5 decades back when Dr. Kalam was the president, and my father was in the bureaucracy, and for the first time he got orders from the government of India that we have to start thinking of the rainwater harvesting systems. It was almost like 26 years back. Now the point that from where does this comes? They did not talk about the climate. They said that we have a water crisis and we have enough water. How can you preserve it? And that's what the vision idea Dr. Kalam was coming in. And the point that we are after 26 years, so you cannot say that you have a choice now to adopt or not. Everybody has to. The point that it shouldn't come from the compliance or from the compulsion point of view. How do you integrate it within? As I said, that it's not that somebody approached us as a donor and said that can FXB is capable and equipped enough to adopt some kind of a resilience factor and come with some ideas? The answer was no. We said that we are witnessing how they are being impacted out of it. And in this context, one of the best examples which comes to me, that how do you make community held accountable for it as well? It's not always Sarkar, not always the businesses. And for the first time, we created a water security plan with engaging the community in Jharkhand in the tribal base. So it's your problem. You're going to be facing it. The first, the government, they said that we are doing X, Y, Z thing, but the first is you on the forefront who are going to be affected with it. So how do you integrate to this? So as a solution, and that will have a sustainability in it, and you don't need to change indicators on time-to-time basis. And that's where the resilience aspect comes very handy for you. So when the livelihood aspect was impacted, we said that we missed out on integrating the social protection schemes which is there in the country. So you don't have to just jump your gun to look from the health and the livelihood aspect of it. And that's where the resilience aspect is the solution and the goal to it.
So, in India is very good in developing parallel systems. We have public healthcare system, we have private healthcare systems, we have a PHC system, so, and Ayurveda and so there is no integrity anywhere. So India is very busy in developing educational systems also into different kind of parallel landscape. Are we really thought about the community ownerships? Okay, government can put a role on extended producer responsibility. Is there an extended consumer's responsibility in India? Okay, are you using this bottle, water bottle? Are you fully drinking it or half bottle you are just leaving there? India is a very means we don't have drinking water for 54% of the Indian people. Then also you are not ready to empty it, and after that you are not putting the bottles into the right bins. Are you doing that? No. So we need to think about that level. Means
What is the solution?
Actually, I come to the point. So I think you all know that this is around 20 rupees per kg. If you are throwing into roadside the Kavadiwala, you call Kavadiwala then, but I call we are the Kavadiwala, we throw everything to everywhere. So they will collect it. So this is going for fabrics, right? All the pet bottles will go for fabrics, and Modi board and all fabrics what we are using have these pet bottles. So this is coming there. So my question is not about the recycling. Are they really committed to the country? Okay, government is doing a Swachh Bharat mission. How many of you have attended minimum one day for a Swachh Bharat mission? Government is banned 19 single-use plastics for the sake of the world, right? For the sake of the world. So, are you really stopped using that banned plastic items in our offices, in our home? Are you still using the plastic carry bags? The thing is, we all need to realize where we are living. We say about sustainability, but we are not practicing it. We need to be getting more into the system where we can do, and we need to teach that. Understand?
Right. So we are passing the bucks. Government tells corporations को करना चाहिए, organizations को करना चाहिए.
Not only government can give a policy. Practically, who should do this? The NGOs, the corporate can give you the real guidelines. They have the innovative ideas, technologies, everything with them, and they will make it. They give to the NGO partners, and they need to implement. Everyone work together. Then only this will happen.
Right. So, Mr. Prakash, my question is, what is the problem? Do you think that there is not enough incentivization for doing these kind of work? For example, ये 10 रुपए का बिस्लरी का बॉटल है और अगर 1 रुपया इसको रिटर्न करने में मिल जाए किसी कंज्यूमर को, I don't know if it is going to be effective, or what kind of other incentivization plan, or what would be the effective strategy of actually getting community engaged, consumers engaged? What are the thought process?
So I would not go by the immediate solution of incentivizing your effort, and that can take you into the whole political debate about the freebies. This is much beyond this. So when you first started the total sanitation campaign, look at the whole investment which was behind the behavioral change aspect of it. So what you are saying and what I'm looking is much beyond the incentivization, because this is for you to begin with. But what we are looking at the sustainability part of it. You want to incentivize, you start investing on this behavioral part of it, and that will continue because, as I said, it's not just going to affect you and me. We can have our mitigation based on the resources we have it. You can have air purifier, the other cannot have it. But the point it is impacting both of you, right? So the choice is there, So you need to let them know that, you are also going to be impacted with it. You will also have a health crisis.
So, Mr. Prakash, do you agree that investment is better than incentivization to make these efforts, to help these efforts?
Actually, investment will not bring the solution. Solution will come from innovation. And that can only happen through industry, academia, partnership, where research can happen on, especially the students, young generation. They are having a lot of ideas. So I always believe in young minds, and they have a lot of ideas. If they are bringing with ideas and they are having collaboration with corporates who can commercialize it or who can invest in those ideas, then only those solutions can become can come into the society and it can create further impact. So I will give you examples of in our organization we realized this, and now this year we started one incubation center for social startups. So where the social entrepreneurs who are having those ideas, innovative ideas, to bring solution for these social issues, environmental issues, and then we will, so in our incubation center they will be incubated, we will invest in them, so we will give them land and then investment so that those ideas can further grow and then they can bring, they can create impact. So these are some examples. So we are just creating examples. So now looking to this, many other organizations will also come forward and they will also, because many incubation centers are there. More than 1100 incubation centers are there now. More than 1100. But again, for startups. But again, all are for pure business startups. So Zomato is going there, and just like Zomato and Blinkit, many tech and deep tech or ideas are being supported. But who will support these social startups? Or who are having idea to bring some solutions for this environmental issues? So there is requirement of such. So there are few organizations who are doing such, making such cohort for such startup, but they are in isolation. So that's why we thought we will exclusively bring one incubation center where we will bring the social entrepreneurs as mentors who are already established in the organization, then in the society, and take those ideas so that more and more such ideas can bring impact in the society. So these are things are happening, and we still believe that the next generation, so we will not bring the solution. Actually, the next generation will bring the solution because they are more aware than us. We are thinking that they are not aware, but they are more aware than us. And I'm hoping that they will bring lot of solutions. So, like for energy is the basic. So we are taking solar energy. Sun is giving energy, and through that, with that energy, the entire universe is running. So we brought some solution also. Now many corporates. So earlier we were thinking house company can run on solar energy. We being a continuous operation plant, chemical company, or chemical company, manufacturing company, we are 100% on solar. But how? So then there is the net metering process. So you generate solar energy, you give it to grid, and you take from grid. Suddenly you are now we are net zero. So and again that is also commercial benefit to the company. You are generating solar energy and if you are taking energy from grid, it will cost you 8 rupees per unit. You are generating solar energy and it is costing around 3 rupees 50 paise, including including all costs. So now you are taking, so earlier you were paying 8 rupees, now you are paying, your cost is only 3.5 rupees. So this is benefit to the organization also. So there are solutions available. So we have to rely on those good and certainly solutions.
Note on which we are going to end this discussion. So the next generation has to take lead, and we have to, as a very key important stakeholders, we have to enable them to find the solution, help them in doing innovation and adopt innovative practices. Korean spoke about how future preparedness is very, very necessary when you are in an operation or in a business which is very sensitive towards climate resilience, climate action and climate and sustainability. I'm thankful to Mr. Satya Prakash also for giving that perspective on an independent perspective, in fact, on how organizations are working on different aspects of climate change and what should be the ideal way. In fact, जब Mr. Vivek Prakash ने हमें ये बताया कि the framework and measurement is something which is very necessary for every organization to adopt. So I would just request, since you are enlightened, sir, about those practices, so these thoughts must go across industry and encourage more and more organizations to adopt those framework, measure those matrices, and see what progress they are making year after year on those fronts, so that we at least reach our net zero and sustainability targets that we are setting for 2017. I'm also thankful to Mr. Jain for sharing those wonderful insights on water and overall thoughts on climate action that companies need to take. Very wonderful thoughts and insight coming from you. Thank you. Thank you. So any question I would like to take if you have, otherwise we can just wrap up. I'm already told that we are running short of time.
For any queries, we have a QR code, so you can scan and send your queries. And a big thank you to all the participants of the session for sharing their inputs on the given topics, and a special thanks to Dr. Ashish Jha for moderating the session. They deserve a big round of applause.
I'm yet to pursue doctorate degree now.
Okay.
I'm Mr. only as of
Mr.
now.
Ashish Jha.
Yeah.
Now I would request Dr. Sebastian Raj to present certificates.
So just before that, ma'am, I would just like to ask a question on behalf of the audience I've been presented to. You have said you are recycling plastics, which means basically not used new plastics, or it got only reduced the percentage. I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand this question. So you have said you are recycling plastics, which means basically is not using new plastic. No, I think you got it wrong. So what Mr. Kurian wanted to say that whatever production that they are doing, whatever operations that they are trying to reduce, recycle most of the plastic waste that is being generated by the operations, and trying to recycle it towards multiple things that might not be like using the same plastic in new bottle, but then there are multiple ways. Am I right? Correct, Mr. Kurian? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, sirs. I request Dr. Sebastian Raj to present the certificates and saplings to the participants as a token of appreciation and gratitude. So I request Dr. Sebastian Raj. First to Mr. Prabhakant Jain from DS Group. Let's give him a clap. Mr. Vivek Prakash from Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation. Mr. Baiju Kurian from Bisleri. India Suraksha. Mr. Satyaprakash from FXP India Suraksha. And Mr. Ashish Jha from CSR Universe. Thank you to all the participants. A big thank you to all the participants. Now moving on to the next session, that is on education and skill development, NEP 2020 mandate. I would like to request Dr. Shweta Singh from CSR Universe. She'll be moderating the session. Mr. Dhruv Narayan Mukherjee from Came Oil and Gas. Before the next session, we have a short presentation from the JRDS team.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to everyone. Since we are running short of time, we'll have a brief introduction and a presentation about JRDS. Jesuit Refugee Service is an international organization, and I am Father Stephen Raj, the Regional Director of JRDS South Asia. Many of you may be aware of India's international obligation to refugees protection. Though India is not a signatory to 1951 UN Convention and the 1967 Protocol, but India has adopted 1948 UN Declaration of Human Rights. Therefore, India has an obligation for refugees crisis and for its care. We all know that India is a home to a significant population of refugees. Over 2 lakh refugees are staying in India, mostly from Tibet, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan and Myanmar. And JRDS, South Asia, mainly with a triple-fold mission of accompaniment, service and advocacy, reaching out to Sri Lankan refugees in Tamil Nadu, Myanmar refugees in New Delhi and northeastern India, and Afghan asylum seekers and refugees in New Delhi. The article number 14 of UDHR mentions that everyone has the right to seek and enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. Therefore, over 2 lakhs refugees are in India, and very few human organizations like JRDS, a humanitarian organization, is reaching out to these refugees and asylum seekers and forcibly displaced population in India and also in South Asia through mainly education in emergency, livelihood and psychosocial support and emergency response. So I would invite our regional program officer Ankita Gupta to present a short PPT on our works and activities made in India.
Hello, good afternoon all. I'm Ankita and I'm the Regional Programs Officer for JRDS South Asia. Today I'm here to take you with me on a little journey which will give you a glimpse of what we do in India. So JRDS was basically founded in the year 1980 and like Father Stephen already mentioned, we work with the forcibly displaced population across South Asia and in India, we are working only with the refugees and the forcibly displaced persons, and in some instances we also work with the internally displaced population. So as you can see, JRDS mission is to advocate, to accompany and to serve the refugees and the forcibly displaced people so that they may heal, learn and determine their own future. So our values are very much rooted in the fact that the people whom we are serving are able to realize their own potentials and they are able to heal themselves, they are able to grow on their own and not get dependent on humanitarian organizations or development organizations in the long run. A JRDS strategic program areas very well aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and also the UNHCR's Global Compact on the Refugees. But our programs are very well rooted in the reality of the communities at the local level. So although we are obliging with international policies and laws, we are also very well rooted in what the people actually need at the grassroots. And we are very much interested and also working towards having high impact result oriented programming with a consciousness to remain inclusive of gender and needs of various age groups among the most vulnerable. We heavily rely on community feedback in terms of developing our programs. So, in India, we are present in 3 different locations right now, which is Tamil Nadu, where we are working across 29 districts, where we have the 104 camps for the Sri Lankan Tamil refugees. Then we are operating in Delhi, where we work with the Chin and the Afghan urban refugees, and in northeast part of India, where we are present in Mizoram majorly, and then a little bit in Manipur, trying to support the new arrivals from Myanmar resulting out of the ongoing conflict. So as you can see, JRDS is very well in collaboration with the Rehabilitation Commissionerate of Tamil Nadu State Department. And in Delhi and in Northeast, we closely collaborate with UNHCR and we work along with several other collaborators at the local level, which includes some of the members from the local governance and the village councils. Going to our programs, we are operational in the area of education, where we work through complementary and supplementary education centers, and basically this is non-formal education support that we provide to children and youth who are enrolled in formal education centers. So as you know, the environment in which these children and youth live, it's not very conducive for them to continue with education. So our aim is to support them to be able to continue their formal education even when they are in exile, and so that they may continue to also weave a future for themselves and not get lost in the whole process of being in exile and not being able to tap opportunities that comes their way in the future. In livelihood, we mostly work with the women refugees and forcibly displaced people through income generation training and programs, and we also have different categories of livelihood trainings which are designed based on the feedback of the community again, and we also check the viability of those programs in the market. So how is it going to yield some results, like if we are giving trainings, is it going to offer them some kind of income generation opportunity in the host community in India or not? So based on that, we offer certain trainings like cooking and baking related training. Tailoring is a very popular training that we have, embroidery works, beauticians training, and certain home-based self-help group work. One of the major, or we can say breakthrough livelihood project of JRDS in India is with the Sri Lankan Tamil refugee women who live inside the camp, and they are running reusable sanitary pad production unit talking about ecology, I think this is very relevant to how we have been talking about environment and ecology. And not just producing those reusable sanitary pads, but also generating more awareness on sustainable menstrual hygiene practices in the host community, schools and colleges. And these are the refugee women who do it themselves. And not ending there, they are also supplying reusable sanitary pads to the women who are just arriving newly into India from Myanmar. So they are also helping other women groups who are, de facto refugee persons in India. We have community building programs, like in the morning presentation of JRDS, they mentioned reconciliation. So what is reconciliation? It is seen differently in different contexts. So in the context of India, we talk about peace building and community building, or you can say social cohesion. So that is also one of our important programs, which is very well integrated in our education and livelihood programs, because we try to look at, creating a holistic way of living for the people whom we are serving. So we are also ensuring that people have a mutually benefiting relationship with each other in the community where they coexist, which also allows them to, access resources that are required for their well-being and for their sustenance in the country. Next, in terms of healthcare, we are mostly focusing on psychological health and not just, bounded to the physiological health aspect for the refugees, because again, a lot of people do have concerns related to psychological health, which in turn affects your physical health as well in the long run. So we focus on offering psychosocial care, and at times on need basis we do offer medical and physiological health related support. Emergency response is not our niche area of intervention, but still, because it encompasses the overall well-being of a person. If there is a requirement, we do intervene in the emergency sector, especially in times of COVID or any other emergency situation like cyclone or other natural disasters. So, although we have a lot of impacts in JRS, but I would like to restrict to some of it. And one of the major impacts is that we have community-based learning centers which are running these education programs. And like I said, the situation of the children and youth from the target community is not that conducive in terms of offering that safe space to those children. So our learning centers really help them a lot in offering a safe space where they can, share a platform which brings them together as part of solidarity, and also have mutual learning, and it really helps them to grow cognitively as well as emotionally. So we do have 220 teachers across India who are also trained regularly, and most of them belong to the refugee community, the teachers who are working with these community members, and they are the ones who are trained consciously on topics which are very relevant to the well-being of the refugee children and youth. Then we have improved opportunities for achieving self-reliance among the refugee women, especially. Like I said, most of our skill training programs are market-oriented, and the income generation has been really quite evident in the refugee community, especially if we talk about the Sri Lankan Tamil refugee women in South India. And a lot of refugee members have also responded that they have experienced improved mental and physical resilience because our program integrates community building, social cohesion and psychosocial well-being aspects in education and livelihood programming. So that has also enabled them to realize their full potential to an extent. And since we have been talking about ecology, I would also like to mention that JRS also includes ecological conscious practices in our programming, and we do have environment education as part of our non-formal education curriculum, which is conducted in fun and creative ways with children in the refugee community. And this is how the refugee members are also giving back to the host community while they are still in exile. Just to quickly see what is our impact in terms of number, this is what we say people serve. We consciously don't use the word beneficiaries. So we served about 47,065 people in last 1 year throughout India. Then just in terms of education and livelihood programs, so we have benefited around 24,621 individuals. Psychosocial support service, which also includes the reconciliation and community building programs, we have been able to reach out to 28,677 people. And then these are just glimpses of our centers in Delhi and in Tamil Nadu project, where we run the complementary education classes. These are computer and English classes at the JRDS Delhi Center again. A community building session at JRDS Delhi, and these are the Chin members from Myanmar, Chin region. Peace March, which was organized on the International Peace Day inside the rehabilitation camp. And these are the Sri Lankan Tamil refugee children. And this is part of our tailoring course, Afghan women who are involved in the tailoring program at JRDS Delhi. This is again from the rehabilitation camp in Tamil Nadu. The Sri Lankan Tamil women, there is this income generation program group, and they make a lot of home utility items to be sold at a very minimum cost. So they are helping their own community members and also selling it out in the local host community areas in the villages and making the hygiene products available at nominal cost. This is a glimpse of reusable sanitary pad production unit, which is again inside the rehabilitation camp run by the women, all women group. These are some images from the Northeast project, where we are working with the new arrivals from Myanmar. It's a community dialogue meeting that we have as part of community building exercise. Teachers training. And these are some JRDS learning centers from the Northeast project. Complementary education class for children who are enrolled in formal school and to help them to not get dropped out from formal schooling. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen Raj and Ankita Gupta, for giving us the glimpses of JRDS team and their areas of work for the community welfare. Now, I want to make a small announcement. This is particularly for the participants of today's program. You can collect your certificates from the registration desk by 5 o'clock in the evening. So this is for all the participants. And moving on to the next session, we are running short of time. Next session is on Education and Skill Development, NEP 2020 mandate. So I would like to request Dr. Shweta Singh, the CSR Universe, Mr. Dhruv Narayan Mukherjee from Clean Oil and Gas, Mr. Nikhil Pant from Richa, Mr. Harbhajan Singh from XLRI, Ms. Tanu from Birla Soft. So I would like to request all the participants to kindly please come forward and take your seats. Dr. Shweta Singh will be moderating the session, and she is currently the consulting editor at the CSR Universe. She has a doctorate in development communication and a diverse experience of 15 years in advocacy, research, academics, and corporate communication. Mr. Dhruv Narayan Mukherjee, let me give you a brief about the panel members. Is the GM CSR Cane Oil and Gas Vedanta Guru. And with 21 years of CSR experience, leads Vedanta's flagship Nandaghar initiative focusing on education, health and skill development for women and children. His strategic vision and leadership have driven impactful programs that improve rural livelihoods and promote inclusive development. Let's welcome him, Dr. Narayan Mukherjee. Mr. Nikhil Pant is the chairman and CEO Reacher, founder Lakshya. Mr. Nikhil Pant, an expert in CSR and sustainability, has over 30 years of experience designing and implementing development programs. As CEO of Reacher, he has led award-winning initiatives including partnership with Indian Army in Kashmir. Nikhil's advisory roles with corporate and government focus on creating scalable and impactful CSR strategies, making him a key contributor to India's development landscape. Welcome, sir. Mr. Harbhajan Singh, Chief of Strategy and HR XLRI Delhi NCR. Mr. Harbhajan Singh is a veteran in industrial relation and HR with over 40 years of leadership experience. He has held transformative roles at Tata Steel and Honda, fostering organizational harmony and advancing skill development initiatives. As Chief of Strategy and HR at XLRI Delhi NCR, he continues to drive impactful change while contributing to social and government projects. A hearty welcome, sir. Ms. Tanu Katuria, CSR and HR Specialist, Birla Soft. Tanu Katuria is a passionate CSR and HR professional with 17 plus years of experience in community development and employee engagement. At Birla Soft, she designs award-winning projects that address societal needs, creating sustainable impact through strategic planning and volunteer-driven initiatives. A hearty welcome to all the panelists. Over to Dr. Shri.
Am I on? Yes, I'm audible. Okay, so when we talk about education, we often feel that we've already talked about it a lot because it's the oldest domain when we come to development, and it's almost a natural first choice when somebody is starting on their social journey. You know, the first initiative you think is usually around education. कुछ बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए करते हैं. But when we have a country of 1.4 billion people, so we cannot ever overdo discussing and creating a discourse around effective education and skilling initiatives. And in fact, with the introduction of the National Education Policy, I'm glad that there is a renewed interest in this domain. I read yesterday that the government has already given or allotted 1.3 lakh crores in the last 3 years for the implementation of NEP. So the government conviction is there, and we are beginning to see gradual results, but of course actual results would take time to see. It takes time, patience, sustained efforts, and basically collective action. So for this, we are here today with all my panelists. I'm already excited to begin this discussion. I've already been in a discussion with Dhruv Narayan ji in our earlier events and Nikhil ji, and I'm looking forward to interacting with Harbhajan sir and Tanu. So let's get on with the discussion. So when we talk about NEP, it's built around 5 pillars. These pillars are of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. And the way it manifests is the government is now focusing on early childhood education. There's it's introducing formal early childhood education. There's more emphasis on vocational training, a more flexible higher education system with multiple entry and exit points, and of course a very big thrust on digitization and technological upgrades. So my first open question is, which of these aspects do you think requires the most immediate attention, or where do you see the largest gaps? You can take a few seconds to think and come up with your opinion. Whoever wants to go first. This is to all the panelists.
I'll go first since that's one of the reason, and we work with early childhood education as part of the project Nandkar, and we are extensively working on developing modern Anganwadis and strengthening the early childhood education in them. So straightway, if I may mention the gaps, yeah, there are challenges. Challenges in implementation of the program. While the ICDS program started in 1975, and we tried to focus on early childhood education. However, till date, it is the uniformity in encouraging early childhood education through the Anganwadis has been difficult. The major reason is the variation in capability of the Anganwadi workers. Because this position is more or less a politically appointed position, and their qualification varies from 5th pass till graduate. So you can very well imagine the problem. The second is, I think, the meager level of motivation in them to perform the work on education. And third is, since they are the last mile government functionaries, most of the time they are interested to work other than education. We'll discuss further.
So Shweta, I have been a school teacher myself, after my engineering, and I became a primary school teacher for many years, and during those times, this was in the 1990s, I extensively read Aurobindo, J. Krishnamurti, and then some of the other thinkers like Maria Montessori and Harvard Gardner, etc., even Vivekananda. I think there are two very key points here which I would want to highlight, irrespective of whether we are doing NEP 2020 or we will one day do NEP 3030 also. The stature of the school teacher in society is very important. I remember when there was East Germany and West Germany, I used to read a lot how in East Germany at that time, and even now in Finland, the Finland schools are some of the best in the world, even in Singapore. The stature of the teacher in society is very high, the school teacher. If you see the kind of salaries that maybe a nursery school teacher gets and maybe the PGT gets, the nursery school teacher would be the lowest actually, and that is where the child's brain develops the most. So 90% of the child's brain develops by the time the child becomes 6 years old, which is early childhood education also. So the stature of the teacher is a very key element, and I think it's a societal thing. जब तक हम टीचर को समाज में औहदा नहीं देंगे, तो टीचर आपको जो ड्रीम है जो स्टूडेंट का, कोई टीचर नहीं बनना चाहते, फिर वो तो उन जॉब्स में जाएंगे जहाँ पर पैसा ज़्यादा है, पैकेज क्या मिल रहा है आपको. Second is, I think somewhere in all of this we tend to forget the child, because जो बच्चा है that has to be the key focus. And invariably, I also work in so many schools, we visit so many schools as part of our programs. And having been a teacher myself and taught in a school for 15 years, I have taught maths and science, NCERT books. I think the time, the high quality time of teaching, learning in a classroom situation that the child should get is not happening. It is not happening, unfortunately. So these two things, I think, if we can fundamentally take care of at the classroom situation. If the teachers who are coming in the school, in the government school especially, they get good stature in society and they are the best of the mind from the community and the society who want to become these teachers. Future teachers कौन बनना चाहते हैं? उसको कुछ नहीं मिला, वो टीचर बन जाए या वो बने जो टीचर जैसा भी हो रहा है ना, बच्चा साइंस से बहुत अच्छा IIT निकाल लो, डॉक्टर बन जाओ, कम मिलेगी कि जो कहेगा कि मैं टीचर बनना चाहता हूँ, because social value नहीं है.
There is this change in the system where now the government is, I think it's abolishing the B.Ed, 2-year B.Ed program, and it's introducing an integrated education program that starts right after 12th. So that only the people who are actually interested in becoming teachers get into this field. How will that be effective?
Really don't know, because if I go back to the Guru Shishya Parampara, the Guru is like the epitome of, if you want to be part of a very, very गुड गुरु है, किसी उस्ताद के पास सीखने जाना है तो उसको मिलना आसान नहीं हो. So the value of the teacher in society. There are so many factors that could be contributing to it. Maybe this will help in that. And the second, as I said, the quality time that the child gets. If I am a student in a class 2, 3, 4, 5, मैंने टाइम एंड मोशन स्टडी की है स्कूल में बैठ के 365 दिन, कितने दिन टीचर एब्सेंट होते हैं, कितनी अरेंजमेंट क्लासेस लगती है, कितने दिन छुट्टियां होती हैं, तो उस बच्चे को कितने दिन सेंसस और उन सब इलेक्शन में टीचर ड्यूटी पे निकल जाते हैं. तो बच्चे को जो क्वालिटी टाइम मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं है. हम कितनी भी बातें करें. So till we sort out these two things, I think we will keep meandering NEP 20, 20, 30, 30, 40, I don't know how, because as a parent and as a teacher, I think these are two very key things.
Sir, Harkijan sir. We don't necessarily have to focus on, if you have any other points besides early childhood education, if you want to talk more about skilling, so please focus, you can discuss that also.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I fully echo what Mr. has said. See, the new change in the policy, what have they done actually? They have changed the system from 10 plus 2 to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2. And the part which was being managed by Anganwadis, now they want to take it in the mainstream. And if you look in a different direction, but this is a system for government schools. पहले admission directly class 1 में होती थी, now they want to go for P1, P2, P3 and that model. And the intent is that these initial 3 years, the play school activity will be the main curriculum for the first 5 years. And when the child moves into class 1, by that time he has to be of 6 years in age. So the span of government's intervention on the school activity is there. Now, if you look other way, like if you see the private sector schools, you've been educated in missionary schools. There, right from the beginning, the children were taken in nursery, lower KG, upper KG, standard 1, standard 2, and how they used to move. So I don't think they have done a lot of critical thinking and all, and they really will be able to implement it in a long run. I will tell you by my experience that at least there must be 10 or 12 state governments which do not pay salaries to the teachers on time. Almost at 60% of the schools, the teachers don't come to the school at all. They somehow now, there was in Haryana, we were trying that we will put biometric attendance in the school. There was a lot of resistance. See, I happen to be the chairman of CII Northern Region for skills and livelihood. So we have tried, we have seen the NEP, we have seen the focus, we have tried to focus on skills and livelihood. The problem, at the end of the day, everything fails us when we look at the output that the entire exercise should have generated. Whether it is skill, means we keep on skilling people, hoping that they will be employed. They presume that they are employable. Industry does not consider them to be employable because of the level of skills that they have inherited through this process. And then some sort of gap is always there. Employment opportunities are shrinking. Even the multinationals or the large private sector organizations, there is a shift from manual labor to technological support systems, robotics and things. Like I don't want to employ a man on hardcore welding areas. I prefer getting a robotic welding system and put it there. So wherever there has been some sort of hardships involved in the process, they have been gradually taken care of by the technology. So all these things eventually are resulting in shrinking of the employment opportunity. At one point of time, government blindly went and nationalized everything. We will nationalize banks, we will nationalize even there was an attempt to nationalize steel, Tata Steel at one point of time. Now what is happening is that time everything was getting nationalized and lot of vacancies were emerging, people were getting employment. But there is a saturation which comes in everything. So whenever they think, they should think it from the perspective of sustaining it, that they are not able to do. So implementation of NEP will not be easy. It will be difficult, and unless the things change at the grassroots level, the resources which are required for the school, the basic resources, you go to the rural area, you find you are all aware the students are made to sit on the ground, the basic resources, teaching tools are not available. We through CSR, I had been director with Honda and I had a massive budget like something like 50 crores. And we did a lot of work. In a lot of government schools, we gave them classrooms and lot of ITIs. We gave them the cut teachers. And then there were other problems. Many ITI heads would say, no, we don't want cut engines. You give us the entire vehicle. We started giving vehicles, and then I found out half the time that vehicle is being used by the guy who is having the control on the system rather than actually, dissecting it part-wise and making people learn how to assemble it. There is a lot of dearth of honesty in the system. And I don't blame everywhere. It's the people who are the implementers, the people who are affected by it, and that finishes the purpose. Why are the schools which are run by us are much more effective than the government schools? Why are the private schools more effective? Because, they charge you, but at least they deliver. So the people who have resources, they can spend money, they can get the best that they want, whether it is in terms of hospitals or in terms of schools. But when these things are not there, policies will come and go. And the point which Sir has made, there are teachers still who are passionate about their role. They think that they are building the nation through their job. For them, it is not a job, it is a duty. They are not bothered about their 8-hour shift and things like that. They will go out of the way to educate a guy and help him to do something good in life. But that population is very less. So those self-motivated people still are keeping that flame on so far as the teaching community is concerned. But, as a system, we still are far away from achieving what we should have achieved by now, what we are capable of achieving.
Thank you. Thank you. I think most of the points has already been covered. Some of the areas which I strongly feel that need attention and there are certain challenges to it. Being from IT industry, I'll definitely vouch for technology upgradation because that's the most important point, and we understood that fact in COVID as well when everything moved on to online. We face challenge, not only children face challenge in adopting to the technology, the same challenges were faced by the private school teachers as well. I'm not talking about government school teachers because they hardly have the resources in those areas, but even the private school teachers, they didn't knew how to use Zoom, Google and all that, and so that was one of the challenges. And NEP primarily is talking about flexibility and multidisciplinary approach. So when we talk about multidisciplinary, child has the option to take the subject which is of interest, skill, aptitude. And for that we need to prepare our educators as well. Just now as I mentioned that technology was the major problem at that time. So our educators also need to be up to the level what child is expecting. So we need to provide the skills, training and resources to our educators as well. So that's one area I think which needs definitely strong attention. Second is coming back to the technology, there is a huge digital divide between rural and urban. Urban is getting very much upgraded on technology. The pace with technology is moving on. So they are moving at a very fast rate. But there are certain rural areas where hardly there is electricity, though internet is far off. So that divide also need to be addressed through some targeted intervention. As definitely early child education, innovation, all these things are focus area of NEP. Another thing when I talk about skill, there is a gap between what industry is demanding and what is being taught. So there should be a integration, there has to be a framework of industry academia. I remember when I met one of the student last month in some of the panel, and the student, and he was a B.Tech, and he was literally frustrated, whatever I have studied, it's nothing get implemented, whatever I am doing. So I am starting my course again, why I am not taught the same way what industry is expecting. So there has to be the curriculum, definitely that's a challenge. There has to be a change in the curriculum which is as per the needs of the industry, and that has to come from the very scratch level based on the interest and aspiration of the child. So these are few of the challenges which I strongly feel demands attention and has to be part of the program to make NEP successful.
You know, after NEP, the skill universities have started coming in India. And the first one to start was Vishkarma Skill University in Haryana. So I happen to be the government representative there. And what I find is that they have connected with industry. Their vice chancellor is an ex-industry man, and they connected to the level of like Haldirams and Bikaners and all. And they curated courses of halwai. And they took something like a batch size of 25 people. The Haldiram has decided that what will be the course content. They have provided their resources to train those people with this assurance that once they pass out, they will be absorbed. That's one example. There are always some rays of hope everywhere. One more example I would like to give you. We started something called Model Career Center under CII, and we run some 3-4 model career centers everywhere. And one particular activity which we started was we connected with some 5-star hotels, Taj, ITC, and that level. And we get children from Northeast, and we give these children, we hand over these children to these hotels to take them as interns. They are taken as an intern for a period of 1 year, just high school pass outs or +2 pass outs. And these children are trained by these facilities, and after 1 year, and during internship they don't get much money. They get something like 10,000-15,000 rupees. But once they finish it, some of them get absorbed, but majority of them go abroad and get some jobs. So we will have to think some out-of-box models which can improve the scope of livelihood rather than blindly pursuing these ITIs. You will be surprised that ITIs in our country have 25 lakhs seats for every session, but hardly somewhere around 14 or 15 lakh seats get filled. Rest of the seats still go vacant. Now a new model has been adopted, public-private partnership model, where the industries are taking over these ITI and they are saying that okay, we will run it for you and we will try to create a blend of our requirement as well as generalist requirements.
Is that model working, sir? Because when I was with the CII, we were working towards this ITI adoption thing, and there was a faculty development program in which different teachers of different trades used to get trained in the corporate that was associated with it. So, in your experience, did those programs work?
Now they have picked up momentum. The reason being that once they train them, they take them as one is apprentice. Second, the government has come out with a rule that you can employ a person on term contract for 2 years. And you can employ him for 2 years, you will not have the liability to make them permanent. So that provides industry some flexibility. See, means everybody sees what is there in for me. They want trained manpower, but they don't want to carry that, luggage on them. Once they become secure and
these threads are all adding up, and to the point that because we have this as a CSR conclave, I mentioned 2 points. One was the stature of the teacher, and the other is the time that the child gets. I think somewhere when we are doing or funding CSR projects in school education, right now the success parameter is learning outcomes of children only, in baseline, endline, or the evaluation. Can we also change the evaluation parameters of a CSR project outcome in terms of how the teacher capacity is improving? What was the teacher's baseline and what is the teacher's endline, and not just the student? That can be very useful. And number 2, giving awards and recognition to the teachers who are actually showing substantial change and giving them good recognition in society. Can be inspiring the younger generation to become teachers maybe. Third is, also as a success parameter could be, as I said, one challenge is that the child is getting less time, one-on-one of quality teaching. Can the CSR intervention create those dynamics in a school like a government school where even if census is happening, election is happening, I hope with one nation, one election, if it comes soon, maybe that will change. Is the time, quality time of teaching, learning of the child increasing through the course of a CSR 12-month project? Can that also be? And when you're doing impact assessments, in that only the learning outcome is not measured. Maybe some of these teacher parameters and the learning hours of children can also become important parameters. We could then maybe change the paradigm in terms of CSR grants for education. Even I would say, as what Sir is saying, where all this Haldiram collaborations are happening, can some of the evaluation parameters be such that they align with what we want to do actually, what I'm saying?
It's wonderful, and these are very actionable insights. So you always come up with very, actionable points you give. When we talk about these initiatives, they seem very innovative but very fragmented. Like Sir talked about the Skill University. We also know about PPP model and the Industry Academia partnerships. They are happening, but again they are fragmented. That's why we don't see the impact. So if we want to do it at scale, we need to do it with the government. I mean, there is no scale without the government getting involved. So, Rubnaranji, my next question would be to you, because Nandghar is a very large-scale project and you're partnering with multiple state governments. So, in your experience, what should CSR implementation agencies and even corporates do to build effective partnerships with particularly the government sector? What points are important? What do they need to take care of? And how can they build effective collaborations?
Right. So, I think the first thing is we need to work with the existing manpower who is interested to do the job. So in our case, it's the Anganwadi workers. So we focus extensively on their capacity building. There is no way we are planning a substitute for the person who has put their heart and soul on the task. So maybe there are some capabilities that the lady doesn't have. We work on that, develop their capacities. Then we categorize the Anganwadis in A, B, C. So whoever needs more handholding, we provide focus on that. And then as Nikhilji mentioned, there is a process of carrying out the evaluation pre-training and an evaluation post-training. And the ones who have emerged as good trainers, we use them as a resource person to teach other Anganwadis, non-Anganwadis. So that way, you are actually giving a huge motivation in terms of making the person trainer and also showing to her peers that if she can do, you can do as well. So that's the innovation you have to bring in. So that's what I mean, Nikhilji would agree when the CSR framework or policies were drafted. We asked Dr. Chatterjee what was the need for this. So the first thing he mentioned is we want corporates to use their innovation and project management skills in the social domain. So that's the whole idea what we have to do.
To nail on the head, Sir used to talk about this, and to add it to that, innovation, project management and technology as well, which I think Tanu was also mentioning. So I think answering your query, Shweta, I think when we are doing need assessment mapping and the stakeholder engagement model at the start of the project, like in Uttar Pradesh, we are working with the UP Kaushal Vikas Nigam. So this is a project on skilling, on IT based, etc. I think before you start the project, maybe a deeper level of consultation with the government system to know where you can bring in that element of 2%. Because this 2% has to be catalytic. I often call it like a surgical strike. It should be like a spark to get the whole game moving. Because this 2% is very less in absolute terms. This is about 25-30,000 crores in a year. Government budget is hundreds of lakhs of crores. But this should be the trigger. It should be the trigger, and the trigger should be like the Balakot strike, in a way. It's a surgical strike and then it should have high impact. So therefore, the need assessment and as part of that, the consultation that should happen. And then if you're working with government, where is it that you can come in with that innovation, project management and technology to bring in that intervention where the government then feels, if you're working with government, that you're part of their team. And you are actually going to be that catalytic force. So you are not to replace the government, but to catalyze it in a very, so that's where it's very strategic. The money is very less. So, and that's what, he's rightly said, Dr. Chatterjee, when we were at the IIC, the whole idea of, guiding the corporates was that, please be very mindful that in terms of, do not say that, you can replace the government, because that is not your mandate also. And plus this is shareholder money. The trustee of this shareholder money is the CSR committee of the board of the company. In case of Vedanta or Birla की committee होगी, shareholder money है. This is the profit का part है. What the government is running on is taxpayer money. So I often say that CSR is a wonderful jugalbandi of shareholder and the taxpayer, and that's where the co-creation should happen, where this partnership flourish कर सकती है. Therefore, knowing where you come in to augment, to supplement, to complement, and not to replace is very, very critical as part of. And then you create that stakeholder model, and then you get the whole game going with the community and the partnering and the right kind of NGO which can bring about this enablement if you're working through an NGO. That NGO has to have that capacity to create that whole engagement. So a lot of mindful planning, thinking at the need assessment level. Once that is done, I would say that this is just the start. Because then when you start working with government, the person whom you talk will get transferred. Suddenly the new guy will say he will just do opposite of what the previous secretary was doing, because this new guy has to create his own name. So detailed documentation and filing is very important. So that the briefing of the new person in the government system is not like reinventing the wheel. You go with the same file and have a duplicate copy with you also. And then say, sir or ma'am, I would like to brief you. So that they can then begin from that place onward. Otherwise you go back. That's the other challenge of working with government. And third is that they often will have very little time, because they have so much of pressure, often political pressure, that he also mentioned. That your time has to be like not just a T20, T10 or T1. That has to be the preciseness of your intervention. Then we will have the game on, is what I would like to say.
Thank you, sir. My next question is actually to Anu. Because we're talking about innovation, we're talking about tech-driven interventions, and you work with a technology company, have that experience. So, there's only one major question I wanted to ask you. That technology is, even well-meaning interventions sometimes tend to exacerbate the digital divide. So, how can companies be mindful that the intervention that they're making, the technological intervention, is actually bridging that digital gap?
So I would say it's not the regional or urban-rural divide, it's a gender divide as well. Right, so when we talk about, I just mentioned that urban is getting more urban in terms of technology and rural is not getting in the same pace, right? And when I talk about rural, there is again a gender parity over there. Male or boys are more prone to technology than the women over there, even if they have the aspiration. So that's also the micro level concern which is cropping up. So we in Birlasoft are working on two projects, which is Disha e-Vidya, which is dedicatedly working on the women. And that is something where they have the aspiration to learn the technology, to do something in computing, and there we are building up this divide. So e-Vidya is working on two aspects. One, starting from the very basics. What is computer? Then moving on to the skilling part where they want to go to the specialized courses. There we are working with tier 1, tier 2. The basics are in the very rural areas where we are building up the infrastructure to bridge that gap. We are providing the machineries, we are providing the laptop. In IT industry, there is a policy of taking out these systems, that is laptops or machineries, we call them systems. So basically after 3 years, but they are in very good condition. So those are used by us in setting up the computer labs in the rural areas. Every year we donate hundreds or I must say thousands of systems to the rural areas to set up the labs. Now the story doesn't end over here. So systems are there, but then we need to have a dedicated intervention, the targeted intervention for the different groups. Like I mentioned that they need to start from the scratch. So beneficiaries or the target women who have the aspiration, they are provided the trainers on a regular basis who guide them in getting those courses. Once they get into those courses, then they are into specialized courses. And then into specialized like data analytics, Java and all that. Even in grants, they offer BTech. So we are covering that aspect for another project which is Disha. So we have an end-to-end solution. We are also working on the employment. Last year we made a facility of employment of these women beneficiaries to up to 65%. So that's how we are building up the gap which is broadening up in between urban and rural and also the gender. Another thing which I strongly feel like when the technology is there, it is very important to bring in the sustainability over here. As I mentioned in my earlier conversation that there are areas where the hardly electricity is there. So how come internet and all this there? So now we are working on with the solutions where we can have a solar panel connected to the systems, to the internet and all that. That's something which we are working on sustainability so that we can bridge on that gap which is created between rural, urban and gender. So this is how we are strongly working on these areas.
Next question, sir. It was for you, Harbhajan, sir. When we talk about industry academia partnerships, I mean, you have seen both sides of the table. So, are there any tips that you would like to give to corporates, or even if there are academic people out here, what should they keep in mind before building a program so that the program is actually achieving its targets when it comes to industry academia partnerships?
See, the fact is that industry does not want to commit. They are ready to train, but they are not ready to commit that we will absorb this population every year. Because the training program could be for 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years. And 2 years pass like this in the life of a person. So they have to train 50 people. And every 2 years, if they keep on training 50 and absorbing 50, then they are finished. So what they prefer is, we will train, we will absorb you as an apprentice or as a fixed term guy, and then you will have adequate skill and knowledge to manage this work. But thereafter, you are on your own to find employment for yourself. That is the point of constraint. Earlier, this was not becoming possible because the provision of term contract was not there, but government has now made it. Another, if you now here means you will find some Prime Minister's scheme of internship has come in India, where the people will be given 1 year's internship program with a stipend of 5,000 rupees and an additional 6,000 rupees at the end of the program if they have successfully completed it. To enable them to have a hands-on experience, to support the knowledge that they might have acquired through their educational rigor or maybe even through skill development. So, but at the end of the day, means I keep on asking people where there are a lot of labor troubles. यार वो पहाड़ में चढ़ने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा किसकी ज़रूरत है? And the people keep on saying, I need rassi and I need training and I have to tell them the most important thing you need is a pahad, you need a mountain to climb a mountain. So if the industry is not there, becoming employable does not actually serve the purpose. So your level of skill should be of this level that it should be exportable. Now in Israel we have sent several thousands of people, you might be aware. So we need to actually find avenues abroad. The number of Indians working in Middle East as welders, as like masons and
entrepreneurship, because the kind of population that we are, eventually jobs will be only so many. And as sir is also saying, industry can't commit because the market demand are also changing. But somewhere I think, the kind of population that we have and the young population that we have, and with the reach of technology reaching remote areas and local areas having their own core handicraft, organic food, and with health is a huge issue these days. But I think a lot of focus also has to be on developing more of the entrepreneurship model, I feel. While some of that is already happening, but I think a lot can happen right from school time. When the children are doing projects, I think a lot of school projects could be entrepreneurship based, where the child groups of children could create some projects where maybe in the community they are trying to raise some revenue, some 1, 2 rupees kind of whatever. They get into the habit of generating wealth where they are, using the resources where. You've heard of Laurie Baker, for example, the famous architect. He talks about local resources for construction and not to transport things. So as that is also saying, people don't want to go. But if technology is reaching out to far-flung areas, then there are local resources there. So can we go more deeper into that? That's where can the academia and industry work more on those lines also? Could be a way forward, I think, very strongly.
Should be a way forward, I'm sure. I would like to.
To what Bhajan sir mentioned, that in corporates we are having corporate exposure programs in which mentors are assigned to the beneficiaries who are coming over there. So that is actually helping in building that academia and industry thing, right? And each one is one of the program which we are running, and that is not for a 1 day or 1 week program. That is something as and when a beneficiary is looking for the support, that mentor, that leader is available to support. Also, talking about internship, there was a similar program, Apprentice, that has bridged the gap. Apprentice program was also launched, and that is actually, we hired some good numbers and they were trained in the organization as per the needs of the industry, and then they are absorbed within the organization. So that is also something which is doing well on this direction, but yes, there is many things which is required in that academia and industry integration.
I had an audience question. Yes, there's just one question that, it's an audience question, and any one of you can take it up. This is, how can technology be effectively integrated to enhance learning outcomes and scalability? Can we leverage data and AI to improve the efficiency and impact? Any one of you can take this up. Should I?
Yeah, so technology has come up very far in education as well. So we can leverage technology through augmented and virtual reality. We can work on the infrastructure development so that it can have an immersing learning education for the children, especially in the field of science, geography, history, where these can be leveraged. Infrastructure development, the most important thing which we need to work on, plus the accessibility of internet. There could be mobile apps which can work out in reaching out the technology to the children over there, and we know the way children pick up the technology. It's far what we understand the technology, what it is. Also, the teachers should be trained. The smart boards is something which is working out very well, not only in private, in government setups as well, where corporates have intervened and they are setting up the schools on smart class basis. That is working very good in terms of technology. When I talk about data analytics, there has to be some, as Nikhil sir mentioned about need assessment. Data analytics can be used in pre-assessment and post-assessment, where metrics can be utilized, how the situation was earlier and how it has improved post-intervention, and then way forward those learnings can be implemented. Chat boxes are there, so all these are few of the technological tools which can be leveraged in this sector.
Thank you. We are already at the.
I just want to add one thing, Tanu, because I'm hearing a lot of this AI. Huge energy problem is brewing because of the certain server that I'm told in America and various places to manage this AI.
I hope this AI, people who are all behind AI, the whole point, they are aware and they are understanding, like the plastic, plastic now becomes a menace later on. You have plastic to save us first and then it becomes a menace. So I'm not finding too much of discourse on managing the spill-off of this AI growth that is happening. So one thing, I don't know, is there a thought in companies, because I'm reading that huge amount of energy sucking is happening with this, which will lead to this climate problem and climate change of another order altogether. Are we prepared for that?
So there are so many LLMs which is working on just for a trial basis, and it is definitely not a very sustainable solution. Organizations, some of the organizations if I talk about, and also NASSCOM is working with some of the IT industries on that. We have the facility, we have the resources where such type of concerns can be addressed. For example, we are huge in water resources. We can have our servers over there for the storage, for the thing. Another problem which is there is spamming of mails, which is also leading into the carbon emission. That is also a concern. So yes, definitely ESG is working on it, but not to that extent. It's a long journey which need to be covered, but yes, IT industries have become a little conscious about it, and same is required for non-IT industries, how they can utilize the resources which is available in a more sustainable manner. Just I spoke about LLM. The substitute of LLM is wrappers. I don't know whether you guys are aware of these technology things. Wrappers are small versions of LLM, and you don't have to create and put in a lot of, because creating one LLM means huge energy in terms of water, huge energy in terms of electricity, and which lead to lot of wastage of resources. So as I mentioned, like water is there, we can put our servers over there, we have mountains, we can leverage those areas which are not utilized. Why we need to have a proper rooms to keep our servers? China is doing it, many developed countries are doing it. Why can't we think of having it? So NASSCOM has started working around and having that discussion with IT industry, and so they are having that discussion with us as well. So you won't believe there are crores and crores of LLMs.
See, finally, today's solutions will be tomorrow's problems.
Absolutely, that happened with plastic, right? It came as a solution to cutting trees and saving paper.
So we just need to be a little mindful about this, in this whole jargon of the chase
That's
after
the
AI.
first step to at least be aware of the problem that is brewing. So anyway, we are at the end of the session, and thank you all for joining us, and I'm so glad we had this discussion. Although a discussion on education always feels like it's too short, we needed to discuss more to get on the solutions, but it's at least a step to begin with. So thank you everyone, and thank you for listening with patience.
Thank you to all the participants for their inputs on the current theme. A special thanks to Dr. Shweta Singh for moderating the session. I would like to request Dr. Stephen Raj to present the certificates and saplings to all the panel members. And it will be followed by a group photograph before we will disperse for the lunch. So I request Dr. Stephen Raj to give away the certificates to Dhruv Narayan Mishra Mukherjee, Mr. Nikhil Khan, Mr. Harbhajan Singh, Ms. Tanu Katuria, and Dr. Shweta Singh. And we'll pose for a photograph, group photo. Thank you. Now we'll proceed for lunch to the next building, and we will be provided the coupons at the gate itself, and we'll come back by 2:20 for the next session.
Thanks a lot. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back once again. I request the dignitaries who is waiting outside, they can please join us. I request to kindly settle down. Please take your seats. Thank you. Now let's begin post-lunch session by presentation from ISL Research Department. So I request one of the faculty members from the research, Professor Nancy Lobo will be presenting the research department's presentation. Over to Professor Nancy Lobo.
Dear Father Sebasti and Santosh Matthew and participants, a very good afternoon to you. I would like to give you a brief profile of the Indian Social Institute Research Department. The Indian Social Institute, begun in the year 1951, is dedicated to fostering social transformation through relevant research, socially relevant research, training, action, publication, and advocacy initiatives aimed at integral development of particularly the marginalized communities. These include Dalits, Adivasis, tribals, women, minorities, migrants, and unorganized and landless laborers in collaboration with academicians, people's movements, human rights organizations, and ecological movements at the national level. Now, in the last 50 years, this institute has done scores of studies and brought out publications and seminars, which normally a research institute does. Let me now run through currently what we are engaged in. First of all, we have a small project called Media Literacy or Civic Literacy and Political Participation in Bihar. The second project from the archives. We also do archival research here, apart from empirical and theoretical research. A book called Sacred Ecology, basically trying to understand the cosmological perspectives behind flora and fauna in this country, because ecology is important and cosmology also is very important to safeguard our ecology. Third, small study is climate crisis, causes and coping mechanisms for heat wave pollution and water scarcity in Delhi. This is something that affects us in Delhi, and we want to do a little ethnographic study regarding how people cope up with these situations. Fourth, again a book proposal, is a Christian contribution to nation building India. We are all citizens in this country, but the minorities are having trouble. So we need to showcase that, like every religious community has done a contribution to nation building in this country, and we are rightful citizens. So we are having a book manuscript which has already been accepted by Routledge, London and New York. Fifth project we have is biodiversity conservation, health and well-being of indigenous peoples. Again, from the University of Alberta, Canada. It's an international project. Then we have a small project called Crimes Against Women, a comparative study of Delhi and Kolkata through the lens of culture. Another study we have is socio-economic conditions of Chin refugees in Delhi. Further, we have understanding the gender dynamics in elementary schooling, a study within the aspirational districts of Empowered Action Group EAG states in India. And finally, one more very relevant project is the kind of social distancing that is taking place in India between religious communities. And we would like to measure what kind of stereotypes, what kind of labels, what kind of prejudices exist between communities on account of religion. The idea is to bring about some social harmony eventually, trying to bridge the distance between communities. This is particularly done with the college students. And coming to the publications, we have three important books. That is Urban Daily Labour Markets in Western India. We did a study of Ahmedabad, Baroda and Surat, where people meet at the crossroads early in the morning from 6 to about 11, and they are picked up by different people. They are hired for a daily based labor, and we wanted to study their living conditions, their entire life in the informal sector. They are hardly being studied, and so this is a publication by an outlet, London and New York. The second study is again based on the archives, that is colonial anthropology in India, technologies and discourses of dominance. This is from the archives, as I said. And finally, we have religious pluralism in India, ethnographic and philosophical evidence by Routledge, London and New York. So these are some glimpses of what is being done in this institute or in the near past. We have two journals, that is Social Action and Hasya Ki Awaz in Hindi, one in English. Our publications are on display. We have a publication department, and they are also displayed in the display boards. Finally, we also conduct seminars. One of the seminars that we conducted in the earlier months was digitalization, democracy, and inclusive politics in India. And the one that we are planning for February is climate crisis, health, and disadvantaged groups. Our biggest problem to bring before your eyes is finances. And as you know, that we have no access for foreign funds, so we rely on local funds, and this is something of a great constraint to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Nancy Lobo, for giving a brief sketch of research work being done by the research departments. Now let's begin the session 2, post-lunch session. And the theme is Health, Rare Diseases, Emerging Challenges. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Apresh Mishra from the CSR Universe, Dr. Astha Dhingra from she's a clinical psychologist, Mr. Sandeep Kumar from Digi Swasthya, Mr. Asim Khan, Cadence, Mr. Vijender Jeff from IPE Global. So let's welcome all with a round of applause. Mr. Apresh Mishra is the founder of the Hyphen. Apresh leads the Hyphen, an innovative venture fostering creative and entrepreneurial collaborations. His leadership focuses on empowering individuals and organizations to bridge gaps through storytelling and community building. Welcome, sir, to the session. Dr. Astha Dhingra, she's a co-founder and consultant. AD Executive Training and Coaching. Dr. Asta Jindra is a clinical psychologist, educator and corporate trainer specializing in mental health, personal transformation and team development. A published author with over 40 research papers, she has collaborated with leading organizations like Maruti and DLF Foundation to enhance team growth and innovations. Her work also extends to national initiatives like Project Zindagi, which promotes community well-being. Welcome, ma'am, for the panel. Next is our panelist is Mr. Sandeep Kumar, founder and CEO Digi Swasthya Foundation. Dr. Sandeep Kumar, Mr. Sandeep Kumar is a trailblazing social entrepreneur and the visionary founder and CEO of Digi Swasthya Foundation, a childhood cancer survivor. His personal journey fuels his mission to make healthcare accessible and affordable for underserved rural communities. Since its inception in 2021, Digi Swasthya has impacted over 1.7 million beneficiaries through its innovative telemedicine and health camp initiatives. Recognized as a Forbes 30 Under 30 honorary and an Acumen Fellow, Sandeep has represented Indian at global platforms like One Young World and AstraZeneca YHP, championing inclusive and sustainable healthcare solutions. Welcome, sir, to the panel. Next is Mr. Mohammad Azim Khan, who is the CSR head, Cadence. Mohammad Azim Khan is an award-winning CSR professional with over a decade of experience in project implementation and fund management. At Cadence, the focus is on impactful programs in education and healthcare. Azim's innovative initiatives and commitment to social responsibility have earned him recognition as a leader in the field. Welcome to the panel, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Vijendra Jain, late health tech.
He is not available.
He has not come. So now let's begin the next session, and I request Mr. Apresh Mishra to moderate the session. Yeah, thank you.
Hello and welcome to this rare post-lunch session on rare diseases. And I'm Apresh Mishra. I'm one of the backbenchers of CSR Universe. I sit in the background, but I'm filling for a moderator who is supposed to moderate this session, but unfortunately he has traveled. So I am done. So, rare diseases are not rare. 300 people worldwide and 96 million people in India are suffering from rare diseases. From awareness to education of clinicians, screening, diagnostics, and treatment, every level needs some kind of intervention from governments, civil society and corporates. For the last 3-4 years, government has stepped up intervention in addressing rare diseases. We still see a lot to happen, particularly in the RDS, looking at the high costs of treatment and probably lack of early screening and few other areas of improvement. Government launched the funny part is government launched a fundraising platform for rare diseases intervention, and it only collected 3 lakh rupees, which hardly served even a single patient. So there is some level of probably attention that is needed from all stakeholders.
Okay, so as the name itself suggests that it's a rare disease. So I think as a clinical psychologist, if I see through the lens of a psychologist, there's a lot of lack of awareness, particularly of illnesses. आधे से ज़्यादा लोगों को illnesses पता नहीं है. अगर पता है तो क्या cause है, क्या treatment plan है. Early diagnosis most of the time रह जाता है. So there are a lot of things that not only creates pressure on the patient itself, but I think there is a lot of pressure on the caregiver side as well, which is almost neglected, which is never addressed, and which is just dead. Unlike, all the psychiatric illnesses, when you see stress है, depression है, anxiety है, but जिसके साथ हो रही है उसको तो है ही है, but जो उसके साथ डील कर रहा है उसके साथ ज़्यादा है. Because कोई भी हरकत क्यों हो रही है उसको तभी जब तक समझ में नहीं आएगा तब तक you'll not be able to address and you will create more problems. There is a concept in psychology called expressed emotions. Expressed emotions means either you are very critical of the patient's health, of the patient's behavior, nature, or either you are too sympathetic. So in both cases, irrespective if it is a psychiatric illness or it is a rare disorder or a disease, in all these cases, if you are critical, you are damaging the patient's mindset, the willpower, the strength to fight the disease. If you are sympathetic, you are creating a mindset of a learned helplessness कि मैं बीमार हूँ, तो I'm getting all the attention. Hence, that creates a lot of pressure. So, according to me, the caregiver burden, the stress needs to acknowledge. कुछ ऐसी intervention CSR initiative projects होने चाहिए जहाँ पर at least to begin with we can copy certain initiatives, some rare work from US, from Europe. There are a lot of projects that are going on. जहाँ पर at least to begin with, जैसे हम days celebrate करते हैं, Smile Day, Mental Health Day, Diabetes Day. So at least to begin with, awareness spread करने के लिए हम इस तरह की कोई days celebrate करें. Technologically, if you see some social media platforms से कुछ awareness spread हो, wherein CSR funding can be a part of it, but I also see that these fundings are mostly one-time fundings. So it has to be a long-term project which requires a lot of assessment कि अगर आज analysis हुआ है तो उसका quality of life पे क्या improvement आया है, उसका caregiver burden पे क्या improvement आया है, and hence it has to be a collaborative, as you very rightly mentioned. सारे stakeholders एक साथ होकर ही collaboratively कुछ fruitful ला सकते हैं. कोई एक व्यक्ति, एक organization to this topic which is hardly discussed, hardly pictured, can bring a change. So that's my input. Thank you.
Talking about funding, who would be the better person than Asim?
नहीं फंडिंग नहीं आएगी इसमें. रेयर डिजीज आप किसी CSR के बोर्ड मेंबर से पूछो, उसको पता ही नहीं होगा क्या होते हैं, तो फंडिंग कैसे आएगी? और अगर किसी को हेल्थ केयर में फंडिंग करनी भी हो तो कहेगा नहीं पहले हम कैंसर पे करेंगे, TB पे करेंगे, HIV पे करेंगे, और फिर वो शाहरुख खान कहता है ना कि अगर कुछ दम बच जाए तो अपने भी. तो फिर वही है, तो फंडिंग ऐसे नहीं आएगी. और डेज से और वन टाइम फंडिंग तो CSR में अलाउड ही नहीं. तो मुझे नहीं मालूम कि कौन से कॉर्पोरेट जो वन टाइम फंडिंग को गलत कर रहा है, मुझे मिलवाइएगा, मैं बताऊंगा. इट हैज टू बी अ प्रोजेक्ट मोड एंड इट शुड बी रादर आइडियली बी लॉन्ग टर्म. तो मुझे मालूम है CSR के बारे में बहुत सारे परसेप्शन है और मैं अकेले नहीं छोड़ सकता उसको. मैं बहुत प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके बोल चुका हूँ, बता चुका हूँ, लेकिन वो लोग वहीं से शुरू करते हैं कि CSR मुजरिम है, क्योंकि लोग सरकार से ही खुश नहीं है और सरकार ने 2% का रूल निकाल दिया, तो वहां से कैसे खुश होंगे लोग? तो So we live in a country which is hypocritic, superstitious, religious, and unapologetic about being, thankless. So वो ठीक है, वो होगा, but awareness definitely जरूरी है और सबसे ज़्यादा उन लोगों को जो decision makers हैं CSR के अराउंड, उनके awareness अगर बढ़ेगी तो funding भी आएगी.
You are a cancer survivor yourself and you're running this Swasthya and you're working. I met one of your colleagues, she was talking about your experience in Bihar and UP and other parts of the country. How important is particularly the early screening of RDs and how to address that?
आज के डेट में देखा जाए तो जो 70% जनता जो हमारे भारत का जो रहते हैं रूरल जो एरियाज में, और उनके पास में जो है बड़ी मुश्किल से ही जो है डॉक्टर का एक्सेस होता है कि उनका डिसीजेज जो कॉमन है उसका भी जो डायग्नोसिस राइट टाइम पे हो सके, और रेयर का बात तो रेयर ही है. सो अगर देखा जाए आज के डेट में, मैं यहाँ पर आने से पहले डेटा भी देख रहा था डॉक्टर साहब. सो मैं देखा कि तो 7,000 जो टाइप ऑफ डिसीजेस जो है रेयर डिसऑर्डर्स में आते हैं, हेल्थ जो डिसऑर्डर्स में, और उसमें से भी जो है कैंसर की जो बात कर रहे हैं तो टोटल ओवरऑल जो कैंसर हैं उसका जो है 20% कैंसर के भी जो टाइप्स जो आते हैं रेयर जो डिसीजेस में, उसमें से एक जो है सार्कोमा है जो है 2007 में मुझको हुआ था. अराउंड जो है 8 मंथ का टाइम लग गया मुझे जो है डायग्नोस होने में. जो गांठ है हाथ में, वो गांठ जो है सार्कोमा जो है कैंसर का है. तो मैं जो है काफ़ी हॉस्पिटल्स में गया, डॉक्टर्स के पास गया. गोरखपुर फाइनली जब जो है पहुंचा 8 महीने बाद, तो डॉक्टर ने बताया कि हाथ को जो है काट करके निकालना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज मेरी मौत हो जाएगी. सो हम लोग बॉम्बे गए, वहाँ पर 1 साल का इलाज हुआ, मैं ठीक हुआ. तो वहीं से सोच बना था कि आगे चल करके जो रूरल एरियाज में काम करना है, जो पेन तकलीफ में 7 हॉस्पिटल से, फिर जो टाटा वाड़िया साइंस नायर TME सब हॉस्पिटल्स में जो 5 से 7 काम किया. मुझे छोटी सी उम्र में डायग्नोस हुआ था कैंसर, जब मेरी उम्र 12 साल थे, 7वीं में स्कूल में था उसी टाइम पे. सो आज के दिन में जो आपका जो क्वेश्चन है कि मतलब अर्ली जो डायग्नोसिस, तो अर्ली डायग्नोसिस ओवरऑल हेल्थ की अगर हम बात करें तो कोई भी टाइप की डिसीज हो उसका अर्ली डायग्नोसिस होना इज वेरी जो है इम्पोर्टेंट है. क्योंकि अगर जो है लेट डायग्नोस हो रहा है, इवन दैट बुखार भी है, वो भी अगर जो है लेट हो रहा है तो उससे जो है मौत हो सकती है जो पेशेंट की. तो अर्ली डायग्नोसिस इज वेरी जो है इम्पोर्टेंट, और उसके लिए हम लोग जो काम करते हैं. जब मैं बॉम्बे में था, बॉम्बे में ढेर सारे जो है हॉस्पिटल के साथ में काम किया. जब जो कोविड में गाँव पे था तो देखा कि आज भी लोग के सामने वही समस्याएं आ रही है. आज भी लोग जो है भटक रहे हैं एक हॉस्पिटल से दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में, एक डॉक्टर के पास से दूसरे डॉक्टर, एक जिले से दूसरे जिले, बट डायग्नोसिस नहीं जो मिल पा रहा है. लेट जो डायग्नोसिस होता है जब बीमारी काफी जो है शरीर के अंग में जो फैल जाता है, तब दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, बेंगलोर, बाकी जगह बढ़ जाते हैं. बहुत सारा जो रुपया खर्च होता है, गाय भैंस खेती बिक जाती है. बहुत बार सरकार की स्कीम्स है, बट सरकार की स्कीम के लिए जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स की जरूरत है, और उनको जो जानकारी नहीं डॉक्यूमेंट हमारा बने. बहुत बार लोगों को हमने देखा है कि तो आधार कार्ड तक नहीं उनके पास होता है जब वो हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं. सो इस तरह के काफी जो है इश्यूज है, और हम लोग अर्ली जो डायग्नोसिस के लिए हम लोग रूरल एरियाज में जहाँ हॉस्पिटल या डॉक्टर बहुत ही लिमिटेड या ना के बराबर होते हैं, वहाँ पर जो टेलीमेडिसिन सेंटर खोलते हैं 200 स्क्वायर फीट की जगह पर. वहाँ पर जो स्टाफ रखते हैं, पूरा सेटअप करते हैं, शहर के डॉक्टर का जो है एक्सेस देते हैं गाँव के पेशेंट्स को. तो उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार और महाराष्ट्र 3 जो स्टेट में सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं. 70,000 से ज़्यादा जो है पेशेंट्स को लास्ट जो 3.5 साल में उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है. 175 डॉक्टर्स हैं, इंक्लूडिंग जो है JJ, अपोलो, एम्स जैसे हॉस्पिटल, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल, इस तरह के डॉक्टर्स हैं. और आज के डेट में जो है हम लोग इसको देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से स्केल जो कर सके, और जो टेक्नोलॉजी, AI और बाकी चीज़ों के लिए अगेन जो है CSR के जो सपोर्ट से. बाय द वे आप जो है बता रहे थे जो आज के डेट में जो CSR काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर रहा है हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, लाइवलीहुड. इवन दैट जो है सारे प्रेस्टिजेस में और उसकी वजह से जो है इम्प्रूवमेंट आया है लास्ट जो है 10 सालों में। या थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Energy, you're from IT Global, so I would understand from you the problem. Where does the problem lie in the rare diseases? And what are the policy interventions? Where do you see some kind of solutions that are required?
Thank you. So to start with, I'll like to emphasize on why are these rare diseases actually there, and then why there is little attention on these rare diseases. So as you were mentioning, there are 7,000. Report from Government of India in 2021 mentioned around 4,500 rare diseases in India, but let's assume it's 7,000. The 80% people suffer from 350 rare diseases. And there are several reports which globally says that 6 to 8% of any country's population is suffering from these rare diseases. Now, if you assume the 6 to 8% population of India will reach to anywhere in between 75 million to 100 million, is 100 million really rare? 100 million is a large chunk of Indian population, but still they are considered rare. That's because there is lack of awareness, there is a lack of screening. So these diseases broadly 80% are genetic. So genetic disease in itself is difficult to screen or diagnose. Even we physicians are at times not aware of these diseases and not able to diagnose these diseases. And patient keeps on moving from here and there and the diagnosis is not made. That's where I feel these are considered rare, but they are not actually that rare when you consider there are 70 to 100 million people suffering from these rare diseases in India itself. Now, coming to the numbers, when the screening will be limited, the knowledge, the awareness, even in the medical fraternity will be limited. These will be lesser screened or diagnosed, and the numbers will remain much lesser in comparison to actually they are. And when the numbers are less, definitely the government, the corporates, the CSR, this is why this conclave will focus lesser on these diseases in comparison to something like maternal and child mortality or maternal and child programs. That's because that is something which can get immediate impact and attraction to the various programs. And then these diseases being lifelong diseases, so it is not that medicine is provided or a treatment is provided till we cure. It will be a lifelong disease, it's a genetic disease. That's where again the impact, the immediate impact is not something which can be shown. That's why there is limited attention to these diseases. Now coming to awareness, I think probably I'll take that in the second one. Okay. Should I carry on? Okay. So coming to various steps which can be introduced, 2-3 areas where we need immediate attention. Number one is awareness. And the CSR folks can put in their money in creating awareness both among the patients, the families, the societies, the communities, and the medical fraternity. That's number one. When there will be awareness, there will be more screening, more programs around rare diseases. That's one. Second is timely screening, as the other panelists were also mentioning. Screening is very important. And once the medical fraternity will have detailed training or knowledge on the rare diseases, there will be more screening programs and the patients will get screened or diagnosed faster. And that's second, wherein the CSR can put in their money in screening these rare diseases. Once they're screened, their treatment will be lifelong.
And this is where again the CSR can collaborate with various governments under PPP or various self-help groups which can kind of motivate these patients and encourage these patients for treatment, and they can get treatment beyond what is allocated by the government. To best of my knowledge, government allocates 50 lakhs for treatment of this disease, and 50 lakhs is much is not sufficient. That's because the treatment will be lifelong. This is where the CSR again can put in their money so that beyond what is provided by the government, it can be taken forward by the CSR for the treatment of patients, and the patients are not neglected. Fourth front I'll say is innovation. So again, if there is lesser attention, lesser numbers, lesser screening, the innovators are also not really keen on working on the rare diseases, innovations related to screening, diagnosis, or the treatment of these diseases. So in case the CSR can support the various academia, various incubators and accelerators to encourage the innovators to come out with innovations which can help in screening and treatment of these rare diseases. So these are the few areas where I feel attention is required, and in case CSR can help, this will lead to better world for these people suffering from rare diseases. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone is pointing towards funding as a wise. So before coming to Asta, I come to you. So right from awareness to education of clinicians to diagnostics to treatment, where do you think the funding is required from the CSR?
To be on a serious note, I think most of the funding is required in the awareness side, because in the treatment side they are already funding. अगर आप देखोगे कि हेल्थ हमेशा सेकंड नंबर या फर्स्ट नंबर पे रहा है when it comes to, if you look at the thematic areas, but it is more in the treatment side when the damage is already done. When you say कि कोई awareness का प्रोग्राम करना है जहाँ जागरूकता फैलेगी, वहाँ पे वो खुद फैल जाता है, यानी हम नहीं कर पाए। उसमें एक चीज में जो और इम्पोर्टेंट, क्योंकि फंड हमेशा क्रंच रहेगा ही, वो फंड की प्रॉब्लम सारी एनजीओ मेरे ख्याल से 2 लाख एनजीओ दर्पण पोर्टल पे हो गई हैं, 8 लाख एनजीओ को CSR फॉर्म 1 मिल गया है, रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया है, तो उनको लगता है कि आज रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा, कल हमारे पास फंड आ जाएगा, तो वो स्किल्स पे काम, जैसे कॉर्पोरेट्स अवेयरनेस के लिए पैसा नहीं दे रही है और एनजीओ अपने स्किल पे काम नहीं कर रही है, और कॉर्पोरेट तो काम ही नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो ठीक है। मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि अगर हमने इसको रेयर डिजीज बोल दिया तो हम थोड़े एक्सक्लूसिव हो गए। अगर हम इसको एक हेल्थ कंडीशन बोल दें, लाइक मेंटल हेल्थ, ठीक है, मैं आपको 2 एग्जांपल दे देता हूँ कि अब हम करने जाते हैं प्रोजेक्ट एनवायरनमेंट पे, लेकिन आ जाता है हेल्थ का इशू। जैसे हम स्टबल बर्निंग पे प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पे रेस्पिरेटरी इशूज आ रहे हैं। अब अगर आप वो बोलो कि अगर हमने स्टबल बर्निंग की प्रॉब्लम कम करी, ऑन पेपर तो हमने एनवायरनमेंट की प्रॉब्लम को सुलझाया, लेकिन क्या हमने कोई हेल्थ कंडीशन नहीं रिजॉल्व करी? इनडायरेक्टली करी, लेकिन करी। PM 2.5 कितना हानिकारक हो सकता है शायद अभी तक हमें पता ही नहीं है, अब पता चलेगा इन द डेज टू कम व्हेन आवर लंग्स विल गो बैड। तो वो हमने करी। दूसरी, हमने एक स्मोकलेस चूल्हा प्रोजेक्ट किया वहाँ पे बैंगलोर में, जहाँ पे उस पर्टिकुलर क्लीन कुकिंग प्रैक्टिस से स्मोक कम एमिट होता है। अब WHO की रिपोर्ट बता रही है कि जो वहाँ की महिलाएं हैं जो स्लम्स में, रूरल एरियाज में खाना बना रही हैं, उस धुएं से उनको कैटरैक्ट होता है या उनकी आंखें कमजोर हो जाती हैं। तो इस तरीके के प्रोजेक्ट भी हुए हैं, लेकिन वो बहुत देर हो जाती है उन प्रोजेक्ट्स को करने में। इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर हम उसके रोकथाम में और अवेयरनेस में ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व होंगे तो शायद ट्रीटमेंट, और ट्रीटमेंट इज मच मोर एक्सपेंसिव देन द अवेयरनेस पार्ट, तो वहाँ पे आई थिंक हम लोग को ज़्यादा फोकस करेंगे।
Awareness and probably early screening also. So screening Asta, I'll come to you again. So after the
surgery or whatever. Some there would be many patients would require palliative care. And that is where the role of caregiver is very important. And the trauma and the mental health issues associated with that. How do we address that in terms of ecosystem?
So first of all, my 13 years of practice experience tells me कि हम लोगों को आज तक किसी को सांत्वना देना, किसी को कंडोलेंस देना या किसी का हाल पूछना आता ही नहीं. I remember there was this patient who came to me with a fracture, but the fracture got prolonged. 4 महीने का था और prolonged होके 2 महीने और extend हो गया. And this person was a workaholic. वो काम के बिना 2 मिनट रुक नहीं सकते हैं. So this person came to me saying, after a lot of sessions, 2-3 sessions went, normal counseling happened, I was trying to relieve him from his stress, but he said that उनको एक चीज स्टक कर रही है दिमाग में कि थोड़े दिन पहले उनको पूछने के लिए, तो this person happens to fall from 4th or 5th floor while he was into his construction work. तो वो ऐसे कुछ देख रहे होंगे, गिर गए तो पैर पे लगी तो रॉड डली तो फिर वो पूरा बेड रेस्ट था 4-6 महीने का. This person happened to tell me कि यार मेरे ना ससुराल से कोई पूछने आया था and मतलब वो बात इतनी स्टक कर गई है कि उन्होंने मुझे बोला शुक्र कर भगवान का 4थी मंजिल से गिरने के बाद भी तू बच गया. लोग तो बचते नहीं. So he, though it was a very nominal statement, but for a person on bed with that statement, with that pain, reflecting the fact कि उसके बच्चे जहां पढ़ रहे थे वो वापस आए हैं उनके लिए, absenteeism, wife, the entire family ecosystem is disturbed, and we don't know how to say good words to this person. And that is where it struck me. I started writing a book on how to pay condolence. हम किसी की डेथ पे भी जाते हैं तो हमें ये नहीं पता होता कि वहां चिता जल रही है और यहाँ हम गप्पे मार रहे हैं, अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. We are not a part of it. There is so much of India as a culture is known to be all about emotions, and we don't talk about emotions. We fail to address the concept of stigma. कि हमें पता है ये इंसान लाइफ लॉन्ग इसके पास पैसे नहीं है, कैसे करेगा? तो लोग सिंपैथी देने आते हैं. प्रॉब्लली उस इंसान को एम्पैथी चाहिए, उसको कोई साथ चाहिए, उसको एक कंधा चाहिए, उसको तरस नहीं चाहिए. That's what I said in my first statement. Expressed emotions. We don't need sympathy. We don't need to be critical. तूने तो ऐसे नहीं किया, कहा तो है डॉक्टर ने. Let him or her take the space, the time. Let it just happen as a flow and not as a mandate. Of course, there are so many medical mandates on that individual, on that family. There are so many protocols that an individual has to follow. So I think with a lot of awareness, there should be a lot of other things which should dwell with the caregivers, the vocab, the communication, the lifestyle, and probably it is going to not only bridge an understanding, but it is also going to reduce a lot of stigma with people. It's going to be a cohesiveness wala environment in the ecosystem that if a counselor or if a psychology professional is also a part of it. So that's what my take is on this.
थोड़ा सा इसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगा. मुझे कई बार चिंता नहीं होती कि हम कितना डाइग्रेस कर रहे हैं इशू से, मुझे उससे चिंता नहीं. आपने पैलेटिव केयर का नाम लिया, उससे ही मेरे ट्रिगर हुआ पॉइंट कि हम कभी कभी, अब वही प्रॉब्लम है, CSR को इतना ज़्यादा मैट्रिक्स में फंसा के रख देता है कि आपने ये किया, उसका आउटकम क्या है, आउटकम मैट्रिक्स, ये वो नहीं हो. हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट किया पैलेटिव केयर, जो कि कैंसर पैलेटिव केयर का. अब उसमें हम क्या लिखें? अगर लोग डेथ कर गए, उसके मैट्रिक्स में क्या लिखना है? लिखा डिग्निफाइड डेथ, एवरीबॉडी हैज अ राइट। अब डिग्निफाइड डेथ आती ही नहीं मैट्रिक्स में, कहाँ से लेंगे? पैलेटिव केयर में वो 4th स्टेज कैंसर के बंदों को आइडेंटिफाई करते थे जिनकी फैमिली ने भी उन्हें अबैंडन कर दिया। अब केयर गिवर्स अपॉइंट हुए हैं, एक पूरा सेटअप लगाया गया, वो उनके बर्थडेज तक मनाते हैं वहाँ। तो इतना ज़्यादा जब आप किसी चीज़ में मैट्रिक्स में और नंबर्स में और इम्पैक्ट नंबर्स और इसमें इम्पैक्ट ठीक है, इम्पैक्ट ये हुआ कि दे हैव अ राइट टू डिग्निफाइड डेथ एंड वी टुक केयर ऑफ देम, पर नंबर्स की क्या जरूरत है उसमें? तो इसलिए कभी कभी हमें बियॉन्ड नंबर्स भी सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो मैम कह रही है कि वी हैव बिकम वेरी कोल्ड इन आवर रिलेशनशिप, इसीलिए वो गप्पे लड़ाने, मुझे लगता है कि जो बहुत इमीडिएट फैमिली वो भी थोड़ी देर बाद गप्पे लड़ाने लगती है कि चाय यही दौर चाहिए मुझको, चाय और चाहिए मुझको। तो ये मेरा इनपुट था।
The social impact conference and awards was about beyond number. But sir, आप जितने जगह पे काम करें, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हम इंडिया कंट्री है डाइवर्स इंडिया है, जहाँ पे बेसिक प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर में इतनी प्रॉब्लम है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, आप रेयर डिजीज की बात कर रहे हैं, यू आर ऑल्सो कैंसर सर्वाइवर, तो आप बताइए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, आपने काफी काम किया है इस पे, तो आपकी क्या लर्निंग्स है इसमें? इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर स्क्रीनिंग ऑफ द पेशेंट्स।
मेरी स्पेसिफिक जो क्वेश्चन है, सो इंफ्रा के बारे में बात करें तो आज के डेट में जो है गवर्नमेंट साइड का जो है मैक्सिमम फंडिंग जो जा रहा है इंफ्रा के ऊपर जा रहा है। बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स, बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स, बड़े बड़े सेंटर्स खुल रहे हैं, उसमें जो है इक्विपमेंट्स जा रहे हैं। बट समहाउ अगर मैं आपको लास्ट माइल की बात करूँ, मैं हमेशा एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ रूरल एरियाज का, क्योंकि मैं उधर से हूँ और वहाँ की ज़िंदगी देख रहा हूँ। सो जो भी सुविधाएं वहाँ पर दी जा रही हैं उसका एक्सेस जो है गाँव वालों को नहीं मिल पा रहा है। रीज़न उसका ये है कि जब जाते हैं जो प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर पर जो ताला लगा रहता है, स्त्री रोग विशेषज्ञ, हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ लिखा हुआ है, लेकिन उसके सामने ताला लगा। ये डॉक्टर बड़े मुश्किल से 2 घंटे के लिए आते हैं और उसमें भी जो है सारे पेशेंट्स को सिर्फ दवाई लिख करके देते हैं, 2 टिकिया वहाँ पर मिलता है, बाकी दवाएं जाना है तो बाहर से लो, जांच कराना है बाहर से कराओ, और उसके बाद जो है वो भी ब्लॉक हो जाता है। तो इस तरह का जो है सिचुएशन है। और जब मैं बात कर रहा हूँ काफ़ी सारे जो है PSU से, काफ़ी सारे जो है जो कंपनीज से, तो वहाँ पे निकल कर के आ रहा है कि आप जो काम कर रहे हो ठीक है, मतलब टेलीमेडिसिन दे रहे हो, डॉक्टर का कंसल्टेशन फिर आपको कौन सा बढ़ता है, मतलब डिसीजेस का राइट टाइम पे डायग्नोसिस होना। अगर आपके पास में सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर गांव के पेशेंट्स को डायरेक्ट देख रहा है, दिल्ली बॉम्बे का डॉक्टर, तो बीमारी को समझ सकते हैं भाई 6 महीने, 1 साल, 3 साल, 5 साल से सेम डिसीज लेकर के जो पेशेंट भाग रहा है, दौड़ रहा है, तो वो जानकारी बता सकता है कि इसको ये टाइप का डिसीज होने की संभावना है, ये फलाने जाकर के टेस्ट कराओ। अब अगेन हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो है MRI का, पेट सिटी स्कैन का, सिटी स्कैन की जो मशीन नहीं है संत करने में, वो अगर जो कराना है तो गोरखपुर जाना पड़ेगा, वाराणसी जाना पड़ेगा, लखनऊ जो है जाना पड़ेगा। सो इसका आवश्यकता बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरी है। मैं कुछ जो है कंपनीज के पास गया, मैं बोला जो है फंड दे दीजिए, हमारे सेंटर यूपी बिहार के सेंटर्स के लिए फंड नहीं जो मिल रहा है, पूरा साल चला जा रहा है, और जो महाराष्ट्र के जो सेंटर्स है उसका फंडिंग हमको अप्रैल में मिल जाता है पूरे साल का। इतना जो डिफरेंस है। तो उन्होंने बोला नहीं, आप एक काम करो, हमसे मोबाइल मेडिकल यूनिट ले लो, बाकी जो है चलाने का व्यवस्था आप देख लो। कहने का मतलब है कि गाड़ी ले लेंगे तो डीजल पेट्रोल कहाँ से डालें, ड्राइवर का खर्चा कहाँ से लाएं, नर्स का कहाँ से लाएं, डॉक्टर का कहाँ से लाएं, दवाई का कहाँ से लाएं, वो सब आप देख लो। फिर हम अगर जो किसी और के पास गए तो बोले भाई गाड़ी भी लोगो नाम उनका लगाए हो तो हम कैसे फंड दें। मतलब ये एक दूसरी समस्या आ रही है। और तीसरी चीज अगेन जो बात सर ने बोला कि जो है मैक्सिमम जो नीड है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो है अवेयरनेस के लिए है और डायग्नोसिस के लिए, और दोनों चीज के लिए फंडिंग नहीं मिलता है। सरकार की जितनी स्कीम से जब तक ठप्पा नहीं लगेगा कि आपको कैंसर है, ये टाइप का कैंसर है, इतना खर्चा होगा, तब तक जो है पॉलिसी मतलब इंश्योरेंस देखें, सरकार की स्कीम देखें, वो लागू नहीं होगी। और टिल द मोमेंट जो है पहुंचने के लिए कि कौन सा टाइप ऑफ डिसीज है, पेशेंट का सारा पैसा खर्च हो जाता है, गाय बिक जाती है, भैंस बिक जाता है, खेती रेहन पर जो है चला जाता है, मंगलसूत्र तक लोग जो है गिरवी रख करके लोग जो पेशेंट को बॉम्बे लेके आए हैं जब मैं जो मुंबई में था। अगर उसके बाद भी अगर उनके फाइल पे ठप्पा लग गया जो है कि डिसीज, मैं जो कैंसर स्पेसिफिक बात कर रहा हूँ कि अगर ये जो रिलैप्स हुआ है तो एनजीओ का अगर जो है पॉलिसी है कि मैक्सिमम फंड उनका जो है फ्रेश जो केस है, मतलब जिनको फर्स्ट टाइम डायग्नोस हुआ है उनके लिए, अगर दोबारा उसको हुआ है कैंसर, फिर अगर इसका सर्वाइवल रेट कम है 20% है, तो इसके लिए फंड बर्बाद नहीं करेंगे। आई वाज लाइक, मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, ऐसा रियल हुआ है मेरे साथ। मैं बोला क्या गारंटी ले रहे हैं आप जो 1.5 लाख रुपया दे रहे हैं दूसरे जो है पेशेंट को जी जाएगा, ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है, वो तो भाई मतलब ऊपर वाला जाने, और जो है जिस तरह से ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है उसके ऊपर देखा जाए पेशेंट बचेगा कि नहीं, इसका गारंटी कौन ले सकता है। तो उन्होंने बोला, बोर्ड ने बोला कि नहीं, हम बात थी 25,000 रुपीज अप्रूव नहीं होगा। मैं बोला मैं जॉब छोड़ दूंगा, आप देख लो आप कर लोगे। लैपटॉप बंद करके आईडी रख करके बाहर आ गए। शनिवार का दिन था, जो मंडे को जो है फोन आया कि जो है अप्रूव है, अकाउंट डिटेल दे दो, पड़ जाएगा हॉस्पिटल को। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन से, अच्छा ये मैं बताया वो रिलैक्स केस की बात। अभी जो है पैलिएटिव में नहीं आया। अब पैलिएटिव की सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि अगर लिख गया PALL स्पेस जो मेड जो पैलिएटिव मेडिसिन, जो भी बंदा पूरे हॉस्पिटल में फाइल लिखता हो उसका वो पेशेंट को देखने का नजरिया बदल जाता है। मैं जो बता रहे थे, मतलब अब तो इसका एक्टिव ट्रीटमेंट कहीं नहीं है कि मतलब लोग ये सोचते हैं कि कितना जल्दी इनका जो है मौत होगा। मैं ऐसे जो है पेशेंट्स को देखा हूँ, मिला हूँ या मेरे साथ में है जिनको जो पैलमेट लिखने के बाद 10 साल से जी रहे हैं। आज भी जाते हैं हॉस्पिटल में, केमोथेरेपी लेते हैं एक बार और आ जाते हैं, बोल रहे हैं हमारी लाइफ अच्छी चल रही, तो जाको राको साइयां मार सके ना कोई। तो वो एक दूसरी चीज है जो है पैलिएटिव, मतलब मैं बोल रही थी, हमको भी बोलना था उसको, इसलिए मैं ऐड कर रहा हूँ कि मैं जो पैलिएटिव डिपार्टमेंट में भी जो टाटा हॉस्पिटल में काम किया हूँ, तो जब मैं जाता था पैलिएटिव डिपार्टमेंट में तो एक काम करता था, पेशेंट के पास बैठ जाता था, बड़ी शांति से बोलता था कि आपको जो बोलना है मैं हूँ आपके साथ। कोई जन हर बड़ी तकलीफ है, बड़ी दर्द में होंगे, ये दवाई वो दवाई, भाई सुन लो उसकी बात को भी 2 मिनट बैठ के। उसके मन में क्या चल रहा है, हजारों सपने, मेरे बच्चे का क्या होगा, अब इसका क्या होगा, मेरे काम का क्या होगा, ये था वो था, काफी कुछ चीजें। अगेन जो बात बोल रहे थे कि जो फंडिंग दे रहे हैं तो उसका आउटकम क्या निकलेगा, हर जगह क्वेश्चन नहीं है। आज भी मैं बाहर गेट के बाहर बात कर रहा था एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी के CSR हेड से, वाज लाइक आप तो टेलीमेडिसिन कर रहे हो ठीक है, अवेयरनेस कर रहे हो ठीक है, हेल्थ कैंप लगा रहे हो ठीक है, हम टेंजिबल आउटकम क्या दिखाएं। बोल सर नंबर ऑफ जो पेशेंट स्क्रीन, नंबर ऑफ पेशेंट जो गॉट कंसल्टेशन, नंबर ऑफ जो पेशेंट्स गॉट क्योर्ड, ये नंबर मैं दे रहा हूँ, सक्सेस स्टोरी, इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट दीजिए फंड। तब उनका आ रहा है पैरामीटर के इलाज जो है 3 साल का टोटल फंड रेजिंग का इतना परसेंट का इतना परसेंट, फिर जितना होगा वी विल जो कंसीडर। तो मैं बोला ठीक है सर। तो ये एक दूसरा समस्या है। तो सर माय जो पॉइंट हियर इज दैट कि एक्चुअल में जब हम लोग यहाँ पे स्टेज पे आकर के बात करते हैं, जो बात बोलते हैं, इसमें देखिए रिकॉर्डिंग चालू है, तो काफी कुछ चीजें जो है हमें भी सोच करके बोलना पड़ता है, राइट। तो काफी कुछ चीजें सोच करके बोलना पड़ता है कि कौन सा स्टेटमेंट दे दे कल के डेट में हमारा गला ना पकड़ा जाए। तो बट रियलिटी जो है जो ग्राउंड पे वो बहुत दयनीय है, बहुत ही जो बुरी अवस्था है। और जब हम लोग जाते हैं बहुत बार CSR कंपनी या बहुत सारी जगह पे मीटिंग तक नहीं हो पाता है मल्टीपल टाइम जाने के बावजूद, क्योंकि गलती उनका नहीं है जो बैठा है CSR में। मुझे लगता है मेरे जैसे हजारों लोग जाते हैं उनके पास में, वो सुन करके जो डिस्टर्ब हो जाते हैं, राइट। तो इस तरह की जो है सिचुएशन। बट हाँ, अगर मैं जो शुरू किया था कि सरकार का जो है प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर है, कम्युनिटी हेल्थ सेंटर्स है, हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स है, हम बोलते हैं कि जो है CSR का फंड लेकर के आप हमें अप्रूवल दीजिए कि वो हम चलाएं विद जो CSR सपोर्ट। आपसे पैसा नहीं चाहिए, आप अप्रूव करिए, हम CSR से फंड लेकर के आएंगे, सेंटर एक्सीलेंट जो है चला के दिखाएंगे और पेशेंट को जो सर्विस मिलेगा उस गांव के लोगों को। बट उठापा मिल पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है। मैं जो हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी तक गया तो ठीक है, हम हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से अप्रूवल लेके बताएंगे आप जो पेपर को जमा कर दो, दी जाता है सोच।
Do you see some policy level intervention in these two areas, or it is still neglected?
I think, again, when it comes to health awareness about the rare diseases, what the people should, or the policymakers should do is focus on various collaboration with the corporates. This is where I think they can involve the various stakeholders, starting from the patient who suffer from these diseases, to the families, to the communities, and the self-help groups like DG Swasthya, and then kind of curate a program where the awareness can be created, and then probably ask the corporates to participate in it. That's because once the program is curated well, the corporates can actually see what will be the tangible results, and how the awareness will be created, and the numbers will increase. I have limited experience when it comes to palliative care. I'm sorry about that, but I think I'll broadly speak on screening rather than palliative care. As far as the screening is concerned, again, I think the various innovations which are coming up recently, I came across innovation called B-Genomics. They are developing a platform on rare diseases where they help the doctor to come to a differential diagnosis of rare diseases, and they also have all the literature, all the information for the rare disease which is there in the differential diagnosis. So this sort of innovation really helps the doctors to differentially diagnose the problem, and along with that, there are various other programs started by the pharma companies. One I can think of is started by Sanofi. So they have come up with a program which is India Charity, some program where they are focusing on various lysosomal diseases like Gauchers, Pompe's, Fabry's, and others. Sorry, the names are quite difficult, although I'm a doctor, I understand these diseases pretty well. But what they're doing is, one is they are giving free screening for these diseases. Second is they also giving the enzyme therapy for these diseases free of cost. But the other thing what they're doing is they're collaborating with various institutes like AIMS, CMC Values and all, and they're training the doctors of these institutes to diagnose and treat these patients. So I think programs created in this manner, one is it's easier for the corporates to invest in, they see the tangible outcomes, and second is I think probably the pharma under their CSR can come out with such programs which Sanofi I'm aware of has come out with. Thank you.
I think we have had enough discussion about it. You can probably conclude.
So, just like to add, the previous session we actually discussed about the academia industry connect. So, what generally, as an academician or as a consultant, as a clinical psychologist, I have a lot of interns that keep coming to us to learn and to experience and to see patients. So, this is one thing that I have personally started with my hospital setup, is that I put up a lot of camps. I take permissions from various societies and I set up camps wherein, see, my interns will never be able to get the first-hand experience of the client who is sitting in front of me, having a diagnosis and interacting. So again, the confidentiality will breach अगर मैं अपने interns के सामने उसका case ले रही हूँ तो. So what I do is the part of what we call that, we are talking of screening. We take a lot of inventories with us. We take depression inventory, anxiety inventory, stress inventory, burnout inventory. We go to these societies, we ring the bells, enter, and then we just do a brief screening. and then we sit, I teach my interns how to score it and make a small one paragraph report कि आपका stress का score इतना आया जिसका मतलब ये है, anxiety का score इतना आया जिसका मतलब ये है, and one intervention for each. May it be just a box breathing, may it be just, to speak affirmations, may it be just something कि हो सकता है आपके घर में कुछ चल रहा हो, so this is something that is going to add meaning to your life. And we did this very beautifully with one of the society with an elder care population, and the quality of life has tremendously improved from a severe, I won't say severe, but moderate to severe depression stage. A group of 32 elder people who used to gossip, who used to just crib about life, had no intention of surviving further कि बस कुछ ही दिन की जिंदगी बची है, and now they have come down to a point that every day they look up to meeting each other, discussing good things about what they have achieved in life, and that's what we have achieved. So I think early assessment हो जाए तो हमें एक एरिया पता चल जाता है कि हमें किस एरिया में काम करना है, हम उस स्टिग्मा को ब्रेक कर पाते हैं, and that's very much possible with a small step as well. Rather than looking at the huge, larger picture, let's take small initiatives, and maybe we can come to a highlight, and then probably the CSR can look up to us and say that okay, join, and then let's join hands. So yes, thank you.
एक CSR आने से पहले जब हम लोग कॉलेज वगैरह में थे, स्कूल में थे, तो हर प्रोग्राम में बात होती थी रोल ऑफ यूथ. अब होता है रोल ऑफ CSR. तो आप किसी भी CSR प्रोग्राम में, डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर के प्रोग्राम में चले जाए, वहाँ पे यूथ गायब है ही नहीं, 1-2%. अभी वो DODM ने एक प्रोग्राम कराया था, उसमें आमिर खान आया, उसमें बहुत युवा है, उसमें आमिर खान आया था. आपको आमिर खान और अमिताभ बच्चन लगते हैं हर बार बताने के लिए कि भैया कुछ करो. अब आप करोगे. जब तक social sector has become a sector of middle-aged people and old-aged people who want to give back to society, because वो सब देख चुके अपनी जिंदगी. मैं तो यही कंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ विदाउट डिस्ट्रेस. मैं सोशल वर्क की पढ़ाई मैंने ज्वाइन करी थी, मैं 17 साल का था. ये मेरा कमिटमेंट है जिंदगी को. लेकिन वो बाकी लोग सिर्फ आमिर खान और दीपिका पादुकोण से खुश हो जाना चाहते हैं, स्वरा भास्कर को सुन के खुश हो जाते हैं, उस पर कमेंट कर, तो वो ठीक है. तो आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम इंस्पायर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और शायद इसलिए इंस्पायर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं क्योंकि स्टोरीज हवा में तैर नहीं रही. जैसे कि ये एक स्टोरी लेकर आए, अगर ये निकलेगी तो तैरेगी, लेकिन वो कहेंगे इनको क्या पता है, तो अभी 20-30 साल के हैं, इनको क्या पता होगा, हमसे पूछिए. वो जो एक स्पेस देना पड़ेगा ऐसे लोगों को कि जो कुछ करके दिखा रहे हैं, और ऐसे लोगों को जो कुछ फंड उनके पास है. और सिर्फ फंड ही सब कुछ नहीं है, आइडिया भी होता है, आइडिया भी है, द रिगर टू इम्प्लीमेंट, ये दोनों भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. और ये चीज़ अगर आप समझेंगे तो आई थिंक बहुत फायदा होगा. थैंक यू.
सो मुझे लगता है कि ग्राउंड पे और ज़्यादा जो काम करने की ज़रूरत है, जिसमें जो है अवेयरनेस, और अगेन जो पॉइंट्स आप दोनों जन जो है बता रहे थे, उसमें जो कम्युनिटी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट. एक क्वेश्चन हमेशा निकलता है कि हम फंडिंग आपको 1 साल कर दे, 2 साल कर दे, 3 साल कर दे, उसके बाद आपको जो है कहाँ से मिलेगा फंड. अपन कुछ भी लेकर के जाते हैं प्रोजेक्ट, तो हम बोलते हैं कि इंडिया में जो है 28,000 करोड़ की फंडिंग है CSR का एज ऑफ नाउ, जिसमें से लास्ट ईयर जो है 20,000 करोड़ ही से यूज हुआ था, 8,000 करोड़ जो है PM केयर्स को दिया था. तो बाकी जो है काफ़ी सारी कंपनीज है जो सपोर्ट करना चाहती है एक्चुअल में, अगर जो ग्राउंड पे हो रहा है काम. सो यहाँ पर मेरा जो विचार यही है कि जो कम्युनिटी लेड जो इनिशिएटिव जो पॉइंट निकला था यूथ का है आज के डेट में, तो उनके साथ मिलकर के जो है कम्युनिटी के साथ, गांव के साथ जो है शुरुआत करें, और साथ में जो है स्क्रीनिंग टाइमली जो है करें, जिससे कि अर्ली डायग्नोसिस हो सके और पेशेंट्स को टाइम रहते हुए बड़े हॉस्पिटल में भेजा जा सके. और अगेन जो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स या फिर CSR फंड या NGO सपोर्ट करता है, उसके साथ में जो ट्रीटमेंट हो सके. तो हर कोई जो HM सिस्टम के साथ जुड़े, नीचे से लेकर के ऊपर तक, और फिर उसके बाद जो है एक जो है ऐसी दुनिया हो सकती है जिसके बारे में हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि हर कोई हेल्दी हो, स्वस्थ हो, अपने जीवन के प्रति आगे बढ़े. थैंक यू.
So, I think in the end, again, what we can conclude is the biggest need in space of rare diseases is definitely awareness and screening. And, this is more like a chicken and egg situation wherein, first of all, awareness has to be created, and then, there will be more screening and people will be more trained. And as I come from the innovation sector, we helping innovators right now. The innovators will focus to come up with various solutions to screen these diseases early. On the other side, I'll say probably, if there is more fund available, as we say, for these innovators, they'll focus on coming out with these innovative tools or solutions for screening of these diseases, and I think once there's more screening, there'll be definitely more awareness as well. So they kind of interlinked, but what I feel is there should be simultaneously work going on both the awareness and the screening. And in case any help required from our side in creating any innovation program where we can specifically concentrate on innovation related to rare diseases, or probably creating health awareness around rare diseases, we have been happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, before we conclude, any question from audience?
ऑडियंस को कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं आता है तो उसके दो ही मतलब होते हैं, या तो आपको सब कुछ समझ में आए कुछ समझ में नहीं आए. लंच के बाद में तो मैंने वही बोला ना, स्पीकर को खुद को संभालने में मुश्किल हुई. या भाई चावल भी खाना है, यही ना बेटा प्रोफाउंड बूंदी. So
it's a rare post lunch session. So
So you have to first have a CSR policy in place. So whatever may be your business, you need to have a CSR policy, and in that CSR policy, you declare the geographies that you primarily work in and the thematic areas you primarily work in. उसके basis पे we start scouting out for projects, and we have meetings at least 2 to 3 times in a year with the board. They give us feedback के why don't we do projects in this area. Then we scout out for projects, and we, for example, अगर उनको लगता है कि हमें कैंसर केयर पे कोई प्रोजेक्ट करना चाहिए, तो we look for 2-3 NGOs who are doing projects in those areas, and then we further shortlist. इसीलिए अगर आपको कई बार दिखता होगा कि कोई कॉर्पोरेट है जो कि एजुकेशन पे काम कर रही है, तो वो लाइवलीहुड के प्रोजेक्ट्स देखेगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि उसकी CSR पॉलिसी में नहीं है लाइवलीहुड का काम. So that's how it goes.
How often does it change? Is it like yearly that's decided?
It doesn't change. It doesn't change often. It rarely changes. क्योंकि वो जैसे आपने कहा, it is aligned to the business. So अगर top head बहुत ही अच्छे level पे है, if they are doing really thinking well, so they align it, and it at least stands for 5-6 years. And if there is a change, it's a minor change. जैसे हमारा for example education था, अब हमने उसको STEM education कर दिया. तो education है, but there's a further inclination towards STEM education. That's how minor changes happen.
चीज होती है खास करके जब जो कोविड जैसा इश्यूज आता है, लाइक बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो एजुकेशन में काम कर रहे थे, बट टाइम इनके लिए हेल्थ में काम किया.
I think I agree with him completely is that there is a structure of a program right now. I am dealing with a program which is funding innovations. So we have a structure of a program, we have a defined mandate that these are the innovations we will be funding, and if anyone beyond that mandate is kind of very difficult for us to fund. And in case that mandate is well read, the criteria and the requirements are well read, and then the innovation comes to us, we are able to be able to make slight tweaks here and there, but in case the broad mandate is followed, then we are able to fund the innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. To conclude, while the treatment of the rare diseases is being taken care of by the government, by and large, awareness, screening and palliative care are something that where intervention from CSR community was very much required. Sensitization of the CSR leaders, the corporates, is very much required, and I think it would be the responsibility of platforms like the CSR Universe also to step up its game. In awareness, community engagement, in screening, innovation, and in palliative care, the mental health issue needs to be addressed. Last but not the least, my 2 bits, rare diseases are not rare, but patients are also not numbers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and if anybody have any queries, we have a QR code for the session 3, so you can scan and you can ask, put your queries on that sessions. Now I would like to thank the panelists for meaningful deliberation and discussion on health-related challenges. A special thanks to Mr. Apresh Mishra for moderating the session. Thanks a lot. I would like to request Father Soring, the head of the SGS department, to present the certificates and sapling to the panelists, followed by a group photograph. So I request Dr. Soring. Ms. Asta Jindra. Mr. Sandeep Kumar. Mr. Azim Khan. Mr. Vijender Jet. And Mr. Apresh Mishra. Let's give a big round of applause to the family. Now we'll take a group photograph, Father, please. Thank you everyone once again. Now we are going to have a presentation from the SGS and Lokmanch department. I would like to request Father Soring to present.
Hello everyone. The current presentation is about SJES. We are not going to say anything about SJES because SJES is an umbrella body under which we have a program called Lokmanch. We talk something about Lokmanch. We are working with 100 organizations all over the country. So may I now invite Mr. Jayanta Patra for the presentation. Thank you.
13 states are part of this project, but we are working on 16 states. So Lokmanch is the right way secular and inclusive people's platform that seeks to ensure access of various rights and entitlements and security schemes of the government to the deserving communities and marginalized communities especially Dalit, Adivasi and Muslim community. It's a platform of community leaders, civil society, people at the grassroots and organizations for policy engagement, especially for the proper implementation of the existing policies, their amendments, and as for the need and or beginning of the new policy. So we try to analyze the different kind of policies which is already existing with the government, and if there is a need, then we are recommending also some of the new policies. It is envisaged as a common platform or forum for priority communities, these are Dalit, Adivasi minorities, urban poor and other deprived communities specificated and accompanied by 100 partner organizations in 16 states of India. It works in alignment with the overarching Sustainable Development Goal. It focuses on 6 right-based approaches, but we are working on 7 thematic areas. I will tell those areas. That is right to food, right to education, right to health, wash, adequate housing, social protection, and climate change. So these are the thematic areas. It focuses on 6 basic rights: right to food, right to education, right to health, wash, adequate housing, social protection, and climate change. These are the areas. Under right to food, the right to food is at the center of India's social protection policies. The public distribution system operates nationwide, providing subsidized food grains to economically disadvantaged households. The initiatives not only curbs hunger, but also ensures nutritional security to millions. Our aim is to ensure basic food availability for all. The capacity building and training of community leaders help them to identify existing gaps and make access to these entitlements extremely difficult for the disadvantaged group. We carry out various awareness drives, campaigns, and provide necessary support to ensure that more and more citizens have food grains, maternity benefits, etc. under the National Food Security Act 2013 and other schemes launched by the Government of India. Recognize the importance of adequate housing. Government of India, state government have various housing schemes which aim at providing affordable housing to urban and rural populations. It contributes to a dignified standard of life. Lokmanch works for making the process easier by awareness building about the government schemes and providing handling support in correcting the mismatches in the requisite documents, filing applications online, and following them up. Under Right to Education, we work the Right to Education Act 2009 guarantees free and compulsory education to all children aged about 06 to 14 years. We make genuine efforts to secure admissions as per the Right to Education Act 2009. Ensure that nutritious midday meals are appropriately provided to children. Pupil-teacher ratio is maintained as far as possible. Availability of basic infrastructure with separate toilets and access to books and study materials, etc. On the right to health, health initiatives on the right to health by the government, including Ayushman Bharat scheme, focuses on universal health coverage by providing to all its citizens, active working population, older persons, women, and children access to necessary healthcare services and maternity benefits, especially in rural India despite financial hardships. We undertake to create awareness about the schemes, health insurance, pre and post-hospitalized coverage, cost of surgeries, treatment, availability of doctors, medicines, and other staff, basic amenities, infrastructure, strengthening institutional mechanisms, ambulance services, etc. Under WASH, the programs are pivotal in ensuring public health and hygiene. The Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Clean India Mission Principle, emphasizes on building sanitation infrastructure and promoting hygiene practices, leading to improved living conditions and reduced disease prevalence, particularly in the rural areas. Integrated water resources management practices through groundwater management, water harvesting and intervention social health care for all, including maternity care, basic income security to children, basic income security for the people of active age, which is 15 to 59, who are unable to earn enough income, or people with disability, and another recommendation was basic income security for older people. Under these four categories, we are identifying the government schemes, provisions, act, and we are analyzing the gaps, and based on the gaps, we are trying to put some recommendation, and particularly this last time also, we tried to put our recommendation in the manifestos of different political parties. Government has just started working and seeks to have a policy dialogue with the governments for making national social security robust, reliable, and sustainable mechanism for all. Then under climate change, we work to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. The action plan on climate change focuses on building awareness on adverse effects of climate change and climate-induced vulnerability mapping, measurement of health of plants, carbon sequestrations, afforastations, and also we are promoting use of solar energy, renewable energy, solar irrigation pumps, use of smokeless storage, organic farming, waste management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayantapatra, for briefing about the Lokmanch work. Now we have come to the final session of today's conclave, that is on technology, AI and cyber security. So I would like to request Mr. Anurag Krishna, Ms. Ananya Mangal from Delhi Technology University, Mr. Gagan Joshi, and Mr. Sumir Biswas is on his way, so he may be a little late. So rest of the panelists can join us. Let's welcome them all with a clap. Mr. Anurag Krishna is a CSR lead, North TCS. Anurag Krishna is a seasoned professional with 20 years of experience in IT and CSR. He leads impactful literacy and development programs in Northern India, including adult literacy initiatives in Tihar prisons and women's education projects that have transformed the lives of over 100,000 individuals. Anurag also champions TCS computer-based functional literacy solution, fostering digital and educational empowerment across underserved communities. So welcome, sir, for today's panel discussion. Ms. Ananya Mangal is an IT student from Delhi Technological University. Ananya Mangal is an aspiring technologist and blockchain enthusiast. As a four-time hackathon winner, including Google Hacker Change, she blends technical expertise and creativity to develop solutions that address real-world challenges. Ananya's dedication to innovation positions her as a rising star in technology development. Welcome to today's program. Mr. Gagan Joshi, Head Learning and Development, Aeronautics Foundation. Mr. Gagan Joshi is a sustainability advocate and seasoned trainer with 20 years of experience in organizational learning and development. A certified facilitator, he has led over 250 training sessions focused on environmental awareness and capacity building, driving eco-conscious practices within organizations and communities. Welcome to today's panel, sir. Now, Mr. Sumir Biswas is on his way, so we'll welcome him later. So, today's moderator is Mr. Anurag Krishna. Over to Mr. Anurag Krishna.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, we'll just take 40 minutes. I know it's last session, always a boring one, but we'll try to make it as interesting so that you have a good tea and go back home fully awake. Okay. Okay, so it's a pleasure to have both of them, and if you're seeing my attire like this, it's because I got to know that a young student is joining the panel. So I thought like KBC Junior, right? I should dress like a youngster, but I find her in full attire. So that happens a lot. Okay, so the topic today is very interesting. Cyber security awareness, its threat, and the role of CSR in getting all this aware. So let's keep it like this. I'll speak for 2-3 minutes, just setting the tone for what you should look forward in this whole session, and that will help our co-panelists as well to think about and ponder on more of this. So let me start. I'm a professional quiz host, and let me start by quizzing you all. Are you ready? Are there any prizes for them? Sabir, thanks Sabir. कुछ भी चलेगा, chocolate भी चलेगी, छोटी सी. Okay, so मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ. Have you heard of this punchline? Okay, बताइए मैडम. Mic दीजिए इनको mic. What is it all about? Just tell. कहाँ पे आपने सुना और what is it? Can I have a mic for us? मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ. आपने भी सुना होगा सबने, राइट? किसने सुना है? हाथ खड़े कर सकते हैं.
It's a common saying.
Okay.
And everybody knows that I'm not a fool.
Okay. No, yeah, that's fine. वो तो आपने बिल्कुल definition बता दी. But this punchline is, if you're hooked to electronic media, this punchline is coming everywhere.
Sorry, no idea.
Okay. Anyone? Yeah, Sabir Shachi.
It's coming in advertisement right now with a
Yeah.
pan wala and all.
Sorry?
Pan wala. He says I'm a pan wala. मैं चुना तो रोज लगाता हूँ.
Right.
And don't make me मूर्ख.
Yeah, बिल्कुल. Let's clap for Sabir Shachi, my friend here. So basically, this punchline is मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ. उससे पहले that is Pankaj Tripathi coming on TV, courtesy I think RBI, Reserve Bank of India, because that is the awareness which government has started for cyber security. So if you're not related to it, I think you're not watching TV too much. Start watching it. So it's as Sabir said, he comes in different versions. So he comes as Panwala, he comes as a employee of a company, and different versions, right? You have seen that, right? Okay. So the idea what I'm trying to say, because this is relevant to the session, is that India is slated to become the biggest cyber crime capital of the world in coming years. So there's a study which says that in coming 3 or 4 years, the crime rate here on cyber will increase as much as 10 times. And the reason because of that is because of the rapid digitization journey which India has started on courtesy last 4-5 years. Starting with your cyber money, digital money which you transfer, and hardly you use now the currency notes. So that is the reason the RBI also understand, the government also understand that what is the threat of cyber crime and why cyber security is so important. So that is the last session today for which we have gathered here. So let me ask straight away to our young panelist, because I think she is the technical one, sir. And are you also from technology, sir? Okay, both. Okay, great. So let's hear from the young lady first, ladies first. So Adanya, when you hear cyber crime, right? Or when you hear the importance of cyber security. So as a student, your journey has just started in this world, which will be corporate world in future days, right? So what is the first thought which comes to us? Let's hear from you for a minute.
Alright, so considering the fact that I spend almost 7 to 8 hours if you look at my screen time on my laptop or my phone, because see, all my coding projects are on my laptop. With the increase in education platforms also shifting online, all my lectures are on YouTube or on some education platform. Then also I'm also scrolling social media, and spend an increasing amount of time on my phone and on the internet. So when it comes to understanding what cybersecurity is for me, I would say it's to make sure that your data is safe and that your identity as an internet user is also safe. So when it comes to cybersecurity in terms of a student's perspective, I would say there's very little awareness about it, because even being in the IT industry or just starting in it, we are developing projects, we are making websites, apps, but there's no way that we are ensuring that it's safe. There's no firewall that we're integrating, nothing at all. Then also when we're browsing through social media, some people tend to like overshare about their identity on social media, and that leads to problems like identity theft. Also another thing that comes to mind is that something very basic, like okay, everyone in my age group is like running behind internships. So these days, sometimes you will get emails like guaranteed internship in so-so company, just pay this small amount of registration fee. So phishing scams like that are also very common if you think about it in just second year of engineering that I am in. So I think there is very little awareness about cybersecurity even in engineering students, even though we are the ones who are spending most of our time online and on the internet.
Great, yeah, so that, thanks, yeah, so that basically we heard from a student's perspective what she thinks, what a student thinks is cybersecurity threat. So a few things which came from what you said, Ananya, was that one is that not being aware of where you will land while getting a page, right? And then you mentioned about the internship requests which come, and that's one of the potential threats. So anything which entice any one of you. So we'll try to give some points of how to be aware as an individual as well. So anything which is enticing you, or anything which is sort of promising you some money, right? So always that sites, as Ananya mentioned, could be a potential source of cyber threat. So that brings me to Mr. Joshi for the next question on today's topic. So Mr. Joshi, welcome first of all, and you heard a student's perspective, and that too from a technology perspective, right? But she is one of the ones who are from the haves of the society, right? She's a technology person. She comes from she's very reputed college. So just flip over her profile. So assuming that she is maybe 12 years just started her teen life and sitting in a remote village in Uttar Pradesh. But because thanks to the mobile, which has reached even, persons who really don't need as well, but still they have. So from your corporate perspective, from a company perspective, as a CSR, and we'll try to bring CSR aspects as well here. What do you think should that girl be taught, or that should be offered before she gets totally unknowingly with not very little education for cyber crime? How do I do that?
Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. So, I'll go with the proverb, science is a good servant but a bad master too, right? आज जो हमारे सामने जो आंकड़े हैं, जो मैं देख रहा था कुछ समय पहले, सिर्फ फरवरी 2024 में ही हमारे पास 7.5 लाख साइबर सिक्योरिटी के केसेस रिपोर्ट हुए, रिपोर्ट हुए। 125 लाख करोड़ की जनता में से मात्र 7.5 लाख जो लोग हैं जिन्होंने हिम्मत करी है कि उनके साथ साइबर क्राइम हुआ है, उन्होंने उस चीज को रिपोर्ट किया। तो अगर 7.5 लाख रिपोर्ट हुए तो पता नहीं कितने नंबर्स होंगे जो नहीं रिपोर्ट। And as you rightly said that from the remote area that people don't know, उनको मालूम है कि हमारे घर में चोरी हो जाती है तो उसके लिए कोई सुनवाई नहीं है, तो मेरे फोन से पैसा चोरी हो गया या मेरे अकाउंट से पैसा चोरी हो गया तो कोई सुनने वाला है ही नहीं। दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, कैलकाटा talk about a cyber cell. If you go to the remotest part of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and you talk to people there and ask them कि वो थाने जाते हैं तो कहते क्या हो गया, पैसे निकल गए, कैसे निकल रहे, खाते बैंक में पैसा निकालने के लिए गए थे क्या? They are not even able to tell the person कि उनके साथ क्या हुआ है, कैसे हुआ है, कब हुआ है. Now, coming down to the point as you said that a student who is staying in a remote area, so I believe that is where the education should start at this era when we are talking about 21st century skill. Asim sir बात कर रहे थे STEM की, right? 21st century skill की फिर बात कर रहे हैं. तो हमें कहीं ना कहीं अपने curriculum को मैप करना है कि मैं क्या पढ़ाना चाह रहा हूँ. When I'm talking about awareness, right? So am I using ample case studies in my education to tell them that this is a cybercrime? Or am I using a curriculum that is helping that student how he can make his career in cybersecurity? So there are two different things. Am I addressing the education problem or am I actually addressing the crime problem? तो अगर मैं क्राइम को एड्रेस करने की बात कर रहा हूँ तो मेरी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम में, मेरी एजुकेशन में, it should be a very small, short and crisp program wherein there should be ample number of case studies that should be showcased in front of the students. Whereas जब हम ये बोलते हैं कि हम एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी अवेयरनेस का एक प्रोग्राम करने जा रहे हैं, I would not name the organization. When I opened up the curriculum, I found that it is telling the student how he can make his future in cybersecurity. So, abhi, right now, the challenge is that we first need to address the core part, जो crime हो रहा है, उससे आप अपने आप को कैसे बचा सकते हो? हम सब चीजों की बात करते हैं. हम बोलते हैं कि आप रात को देर से बन जाओ, you will not be teased. समय से घर आ जाओ. You have to be careful, all those things. So in the same manner, मेरे ख्याल से हमें अपने youth को, अपने बच्चों को class 5th onwards ही cyber security, not cyber security, I would say cyber crime क्या है इसके बारे में बताना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आज की तारीख में अगर जो cyber crime इंडिया के अंदर कर रहे हैं और सबसे ज्यादा अगर आप देखें तो इंडिया से ही उभर रहे हैं, right? तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी ही सोसाइटी के लोगों को लग रहा है कि शायद ये बहुत एक shortest route है to earn quick bucks, right? And get my desired fulfilled, right? तो जब हम उस चीज को वहाँ पे बता रहे हैं और कैसे उनको ये भी कोरिलेट कर रहे हैं कि अगर क्राइम हुआ है तो किस तरह से पकड़ा जाएगा, वो क्राइम किस तरह से कैप्चर होगा, तो कहीं ना कहीं डर भी गलत नोशन लेने के लिए बच्चे के दिमाग में बनेगा. So I think we need to design the curriculum in such a way that people are aware not how to secure themselves but what cyber crime is, and in order to protect themselves from that crime. That should be in the curriculum that should be added.
Great. So thanks Sam. So basically आपने बोला कि क्राइम क्यों हो रहा है और उसको कैसे बचा जाए, उसकी एजुकेशन होनी चाहिए, right? So we all agree that. The only thing is that solutions also has to come from this stage, right? Problems, what are problems is okay, but what is the solution also that we have to think as a corporate social responsibility. So taking care, just giving example of digital literacy. So that's something which is an initiative by the government, which is imparted to not just students, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा problems होती हैं जो women होती हैं, उनके पास भी आजकल mobiles हैं और lot of migrating population. So suppose a woman is staying in a remote village in Uttar Pradesh, but her husband is working in Gujarat and Maharashtra or Punjab. So that money which used to come earlier, which is a money order economy, that has shifted to digital world now. So on a just press of a button. So every convenience which technology has, and you will agree with it, also have a lot of challenges, and that challenge is what simply हमने word दे दिया इसको cyber crime. So एक और चीज बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी गवर्नमेंट का बहुत जबरदस्त प्रेशर है, because they know how big this crime is, and after say drugs in youth, this could become the next biggest, sort of a threat to the country. और उसी की वजह से when I started this session, I asked you that मैं mood नहीं हूँ. So that campaign is just to tell everyone how important it is to be cyber aware. Okay, so Mr. Joshi mentioned Ananya, right? That we have to do a lot of things, right? और जब बहुत सारी चीजें करनी होती हैं तो जैसे कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी कहते हैं, इसको करनी होती है चीजें, हमारे यूथ को करनी है, राइट? तो आप फ्रॉम इंजीनियरिंग पर्सपेक्टिव, और आपके बारे में भी हम सुन रहे थे बहुत, तो अगर आपको इन्होंने एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेज से दी है, राइट? हाउ टू make a 11-year-old girl, or let's now increase the age and say 29 years old, women, married, but her husband is at a different remote place and the money is sent to her. And how do you ensure that women and that girl, if given a chance or if you grab the chance, how will you ensure that that cyber awareness जो Mr. Joshi अभी mention कर रहे थे, वो उन बच्चों को या उन महिला को मिले? So just tell about that from a technology perspective. What will you do, or how can we go about it?
I think like if you're talking about a 29-year-old woman, maybe awareness so comes from education first of all. So like if you start them young, like in college, if you have ample awareness about cybersecurity, then she would have the knowledge that okay, this link is not.
नहीं तो वही तो आप प्रॉब्लम समझिए, उनको ये लिंक्स नहीं पता कुछ भी, उनके पति पैसे भेजते हैं इसलिए वो फोन पर है, राइट? फोन पर नॉट फोन पे ना, आई डोंट वांट टू एडवर्टाइज एनीथिंग. सो वो बेसिकली इसलिए फोन पर है क्योंकि उनके पति उनको पैसे भेजते हैं. तो आप ये अजम्पशंस लेके चलिए कि उन्हें कुछ नहीं पता. जो आप लिंक्स वाले बोल रहे हैं तो बहुत यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट योर एज ग्रुप एंड योर पर्सन. सो द प्रोफाइल एंड व्हाट वी आर डिस्कसिंग टुडे फ्रॉम CSR पर्सपेक्टिव इज जिनको सिर्फ फोन इसलिए मिला है कि आप देख सकेंगे आपके पैसे, अगर पति ने 600 रुपये भेजे या 800 रुपये भेजे हर महीने हर हफ्ते, तो दिखाई दे रहा स्क्रीन पे 800 रुपये प्राप्त हुए, राइट? अब ये 800 रुपये प्राप्त हुए या 800 रुपये निकले, यही तो सबसे बड़ा साइबर क्राइम का डेंजर है, राइट? जो मेजर क्राइम करते हैं आपको पता ही होगा, वो क्या करते हैं? पहले आपको पैसे भेजते हैं कि 500 रुपये आपके अकाउंट में आ गए हैं, उसके बाद वो बोलते हैं तो गलती से आ गए हैं, या फिर वो अमाउंट ऐसा लिख देंगे या वो QR कोड बना के भेज देंगे जो 5000 का होगा, और इसलिए आप 500 रुपये आपको मिले और आपको 5000 रुपये निकल गए. सो इस तरह की पॉपुलेशन को एड्रेस करना है, ठीक है? तो लोअर योर थिंकिंग, और ये जो आप लिंक्स और ऐसा बोल रहे हो वो सब नहीं है. बेसिकली इट्स वेरी वेरी बेसिक. एज सपोज योर मेड या घर पे जो भी है काम करने आ गई थी, उनसे भी वो तो दिल्ली में है तो फिर भी अवेयरनेस है. अज्यूम करो जहाँ पे सिर्फ गांव में जहाँ पे लोगों को बताते नहीं है, जैसे सर ने भी बताया, तो उनके लिए आप क्या करेंगे?
I think that if we're talking about the awareness नहीं है, तो from a technological point of view, maybe the source through which they're getting the money, if we actually make them understand कि मतलब वो जो ऐप या जिस पे भी उनका पैसा आ रहा है, if they're actually able to make them understand what's actually happening, so that they won't get confused with the
Don't tell कि क्या करना है. आप बोलिए आप क्या करेंगी. सपोज मैं आपको बोलता हूँ कल उत्तर प्रदेश के गांव में जाइए और वो 21 साल की और 29 साल 13 साल की और 29 साल की महिलाओं को आप क्या कर सकती हैं ये बताना है. अब जैसे मैं बैठा हूँ, ये बैठे आपके सामने, कल अगर वो आपके सामने दोनों बैठी होंगी तो आप एज ए इंडिविजुअल फ्रॉम टेक्नोलॉजी पर्सपेक्टिव, बीइंग अ इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट, राइट? तो आप क्या करेंगे? बेसिकली वो सोच के बताइए थोड़ा.
I think अगर मैं उनके साथ बैठी हूँ, then I can actually make them understand like the pros and cons of what they're doing and what's actually happening with them. So if they are receiving the money, then the lookout points जो होने चाहिए कि आप actually देखो कि वो ऐप में पैसा आया है या गया है, कहाँ पे देखना होता है, all that stuff. So if I can actually sit with them and make them understand, because they are not that technologically advanced coming from a rural background. And अगर मैं उनको ये समझा पा रही हूँ कि ऐप में जो पैसा आया है उसमें यहाँ पे बैलेंस दिखाता है, so then they can actually understand कि मेरा पैसा गया या आया, whatever is happening. Because I think the major problem is the lack of understanding. उनको समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या हुआ है उनके साथ.
So basically, what I understand you are saying is if you can help them open the transaction statement, right? History. उसमें अगर आप इतना भी समझा दो कि लेफ्ट में प्लस होता है या लेफ्ट में माइनस होता है, राइट में प्लस होता है या प्लस माइनस का सिग्नल होता है, ये सब चीजें अगर समझ जाए तो काफी पर्याप्त बन सकती हैं. आप मानते हैं सब, right? So that's what you're saying. This should be there, right? Okay, great. So Mr. Joshi, now the stage is set for you. She is there to help you out from technology perspective. She is willing to go to village and educate the prospective जो भी cyber crime के जो most potential target है, तो अनन्या and the force of her team जिसको हम volunteers बोलते हैं, they are with you. Assume that. So now what as a company CSR perspective will you do?
Right. So जैसे कुछ टाइम पहले अभी गवर्नमेंट ने विलेज को अडॉप्ट करने की बात करी, to adopt a village, because at the end of the CSR investment यही होता है कि impact क्या हुआ, right? क्या numbers आए, what is the outcome, right? तो मैं ये बोलूँगा कि आप block level में जाकर के villages में block level में जाकर के जब आप villages को adopt करते हैं, right? You adopt those villages with the intention कि ये एक ऐसा village बनने जा रहा है, right? जो आने वाले 5 साल बाद या आने वाले 10 साल बाद यहाँ से एक भी साइबर क्राइम का केस रिपोर्ट नहीं होगा, right? So for that we have to go out to the people, teach them using case studies, not theory but case studies. Theory एक अलग चीज है कि आप अपने मोबाइल पे ये डाउनलोड कर लीजिए, आप अपने मोबाइल पे वो डाउनलोड कर लीजिए. अब mobile phone, nobody wants to go around with a mobile phone like this that I carry with me, to be very honest, right? Because status symbol हो जाता है, right? जबकि mobile phone जब आया था, तो mobile phone का purpose था that you are connected, right? तो ये तो organizations ने देखा, mobile companies ने देखा कि बॉस लैपटॉप को छोटा करते चले जाओ और मोबाइल फोन बना दो. Then this came into picture. Right, so I also buy because when I used to sit here, इस फोन को लेकर के लोग क्या बोलेंगे, but trust me, मेरे बैंक के साथ जो registered number है, that is on this particular mobile. So whatever OTP comes to me on this particular mobile, right? And majorly जो cyber crimes हो रहे हैं, even अगर आप देखिए तो the reports that are coming up are happening through mobile phones. They are not even happening through laptop nowadays. Because the usage of mobile phone is so much that the penetration of mobile phone as compared to a laptop or a desktop is so much that each and every hand, I would say out of 10, 9 people have smartphones in their hand, some or the other. Right? May not be a very big brand, but a smartphone which is running on Android. Right? People are crazy towards Apple iPhone nowadays. और सबसे ज़्यादा साइबर क्राइम आज की तारीख में एप्पल आईफोन के थ्रू हो रहे हैं, right? So now, when it comes to a pool, if a pool is ready, right, I would say the CSR initiative should be in such a way that कि आप एक village को adopt कर रहे हो, right? आप एक प्रण निश्चय कर रहे हो कि इस 5 साल में इस पूरे village के लोगों को इस तरह से case studies के सहारे awareness करी जाएगी, not teach them cyber security but make them aware about cyber crime in such a way that after 5 years just check the number of cyber crimes that are being reported from that particular place. Definitely it will take time with the demography and geography that we have in India, right? But हाँ, अगर हर state में हर district level पे we have volunteers and we can reach at the same time to the maximum number of population. So I think 5 years is not a very big timeline that we can have a cyber crime free India from this things. It's just the intention and the awareness. Right now होता क्या है, CSR ने एक नंबर दिया, हाँ, cyber security. Best course किसका होगा? मैंने बोला Cisco. I did not even go into the course and saw कि इस course में मैं वहां पे साइबर सिक्योरिटी की ओपनिंग्स देने जा रहा हूं या लोगों को ये बताने जा रहा हूं कि आप अपने आप को साइबर सिक्योरिटी से कैसे बचाओगे, right? How you can safeguard yourself from cyber crimes, right? So that is what is the need of the hour.
Great. So सर ने बता दिया कौन सा फोन लेना है, right? Okay. चलिए तो so very pertinent point. What you said initially in your first statement, opening statement, was awareness तो है ही बिल्कुल कम, लेकिन रिपोर्टिंग भी बहुत कम है. आपने स्टैटिस्टिक्स भी दिए उसके. तो रिपोर्टिंग कम इसलिए because people are scared to go to a police station and certainly not the women folks. So for that, government has set up a central cyber pipeline. So in fact, I was receiving call today. So when you make a call, they send a message also. It's a long message. अगर आप cyber crime से पीड़ित हैं, तो इस नंबर को 19 something. You know this number? 1930 something. So that number is there. So that is just because to handle that problem, जहाँ पे अगर कोई फोन करके बात भी कर सके और उनको बता सके, तो as recent as 4-5 days back, our Home Minister made a statement somewhere, either in Parliament or in a conclave like this, that guaranteed, जैसे कि एम्बुलेंस को आप फोन करते हैं, तो सेंट्रल हेल्पलाइन नंबर को फोन करेंगे तो that will reach immediately. Similarly, this cyber pipeline which government has started, it will reach out to you the moment you call within few hours. So that is just to tell the gathering over here that you can make this number or this initiative of government aware wherever you go, whatever CSR programs you have started. Okay, so we are also joined by Mr. Sumer Vishwas, and welcome Vishwas ji. So we'll let you take a few breathing moments and
so much and humble apologies for the delay.
okay, no problem. So we'll come back to Ananya and then I'll pose a question to you as well. So Ananya, basically what Mr. Joshi said is people are not reporting crimes, which is also one of the reasons why the crime is going undetected and is on a higher trajectory. So आप जैसा मुझे ध्यान आ रहा है, as the program starts, this program is discussion is happening, things are coming in my mind, and maybe you can help implementing that. Is that the force of students like you, right, who are willing to do an internship in a village for a Viksit Bharat and a digital India and a safe digital India, right? तो मेरे दिमाग में बात आ रही थी, आप जैसे लोग अगर as a workforce एक apprenticeship program compulsorily, not in a corporate, but do in a village and make the women aware and confident. Suppose in a 1 week sort of a capsule program that you target a village, you target a district, or you target a panchayat, tehsil, और आप वहाँ पर जाएं और 7 days वहाँ पर रहें, तो दो चीजें अच्छी होगी. एक तो दिल्ली की एक वजह से बच जाओगे, right? And secondly, you will make a contribution to the country. So what is your thought as not just an individual but also as a community or students like you? Are you willing to go to a village as an apprentice? Maybe if Mr. Joshi is generous enough, he will give you to and fro and also some apprenticeship, right? So are you willing to go for making India digital crime safe, right? So अच्छा लगा आपको question? It's a very pertinent question. अभी मेरे दिमाग में है, मैं कुछ prepare करके नहीं आता. तो आपको लगता नहीं कि बीटेक स्टूडेंट्स को सबको जाना चाहिए instead of running to the fancy corporates, world of गुड़गांव, गुरुग्राम और नोएडा? तो एक तो हमने बताया कि सेहत भी अच्छी हो जाएगी और भारत की सेहत भी अच्छी होगी, right? आपके विचार?
So I think from what I've spoken to my peers about, my friends, see, everyone is very interested in social service because, like, to be honest, it really adds to your resume. So that's the only thing that goes on in our mind, is that kuch social service mein to karna hai. So I think if we can channel that, like that aspiration to actually work in the social sector and actually utilize the students' knowledge in terms of cybersecurity and technology, I don't think anyone would be apprehensive towards going into a village and working and spreading awareness about cybersecurity. And I think, in fact, people my age would be very passionate about it. Like, I myself think that it's a great idea because, see, I get to interact with people at the ground level. And so, उसमें मेरा social service का काम भी हो रहा है. Like, I'm able to see the real India there, and also I'm able to harness my knowledge related to cybersecurity and technology in general. But then the only apprehension that comes to my mind is that we did something like this recently, where we went to a village and interacted with people there. But no one is really interested in listening to children speak. So like they consider you as a young student, so they're like, कोई आएगा ही नहीं सुनने के लिए, ये तो बच्चे बोल रहे हैं कुछ.
अपनी मम्मी को भी लेके जाओ साथ. अपनी मम्मी को भी साथ लेके जा सकते हैं. ये भी तो सेफ अच्छी होनी चाहिए.
That's true.
So basically, yeah. So what she's saying is that the connect, communication connect, ये जो भाषा बोलती है वो रफ्तार और रैपर्स की भाषा बोलती होंगी. और वो जो सुनना चाहती हैं वो सुनना चाहती हैं matured भाषा, right? So just that was a humorous tone, but we have आप अगर दोनों CSR से जुड़े हुए तो आपको पता होगा कि आशा ग्रुप्स और बहुत सारी महिलाएं ऑलरेडी हैं जो आपके लिए कंड्यूट बनेंगी, राइट? तो हो सकता है गलत विलेज में पहुंच गई होंगी जहाँ पे आपको, या आप सिर्फ टच करके आई होंगी. कितने दिन रही आप विलेज में? कितने दिन रही थी वहाँ? तो बेसिकली प्लान करके जाइए, बिकॉज ऑनेस्टली फॉर सेफ्टी पर्सपेक्टिव ऑल्सो a lot of villages and places are also hostile to unknown, so there should be a beach mein conduit, there should be a beach mein CSR organization which have already the ladies who understand what they speak, right, and you can convey to them, so they act like a translator. So maybe you, when you go to next time, you take it as a bigger initiative, and Mr. Vishwas and Mr. Joshi will help you out in that, right? So coming to Mr. Vishwas, so just first introduce yourself and then I'll set a question for you.
Warm greetings and very good evening to each one of us over here. Sincere thanks to Mr. Anurag Krishna sir, esteemed panelists, esteemed organizers and esteemed audience. I'm truly privileged and elated to be present over here in this visible forum. Fundamentally, if you want to have a quick introduction from my side, close to 2 decades plus kind of experience, globally been in San Francisco, prior to that in Hong Kong operations, Asia Pacific, and largely the Indian operations. Brands like Excel Technologies, Patni Computers, Bay Area Systems, Computer Systems, there's quite a few of these top 10 brands that I work for. Now, quickly, let me try to cover as much of time I can. Okay. So, cybersecurity happens to be a very pervasive subject. Immersive, demanding, far impacting, also takes the government's nuances, reputational aspects, and a deep dive economic aspect as well. Cybersecurity, if you want to do a quick dissemination, from the economics perspective, $7.5 trillion is currently the addressable market where we can talk of different facets, domains, spheres of cybersecurity, which has penetrated deep into production. When I say deep into production means, it almost impacts every such industry, micro-industry vertical, societal impacts, and has touched the rock bottom of the worldwide economy as well. The reason I am saying this is because when you write a budget for a corporate, however big it is, during my experience with the projects at Tata Group or Mahindra or Birla's, even you can say IBM, consulting worldwide, each one of us have seen that the basic equation which comes to a senior most decision maker is that what is the cost of not securing, or what is the cost of an insecure data? So the answer is 1 divided by 0. Which is equal to infinite. So when it comes to a reputational aspect for a bank, let's say for example, whether it is 1 rupee or whether it is $1 billion, if it is siphoned off, correct? is by and large going to hit the reputation of a bank, which no amount of money can compensate, right? So these are some of the areas why cybersecurity takes precedence. Now from our esteemed government and senior decision makers at Government of India, I'm truly, you can say, happy to say that we are in very safe hands, because the decisions are being taken having understood the nuances of business dynamics for every such tree, every such ring, every such facet of society, every such dimension of the economy, and for every corporate. So each of these policies that is being taken during the cyber governance or cyber security has certainly impacted and seen a significant amount of precedence, priority, importance and focus. Now, if you want to also understand what are the different domains of cyber security where we can look for immediate placement or opportunities for jobs for that matter, which has been a very important area of discussion even with my Sabhasachi Datta sir, who have been pushing me for opening as many number of jobs. So if you see right now, I have to close 73 positions across India, close to 117 positions across Asia Pacific, L1, L2, L3 super specialist, SOC manager goes up to vice president cyber security. So these are the kind of roles that I need to plug in exactly next 45 working days. People from Bangalore, people from Singapore, people from Hong Kong, and as well as Mumbai. Best of the placement agencies are on the task. And if you want to know why it is so imperative, why is the budgets are kept so flexible and handsome packages are being kept, because in the case of cyber security, it is not just a deliverable as against a certain KPI or PRI. Is it audible? I'm sure. Sure. So now, when we say the cyber security, for that matter, perimeter security, database security, application security, digital forensics, cyber law and governance, and it also goes towards something called as cyber forensics. So when I say cyber forensics and digital forensics, let me do a quick dissemination of these two. So cyber forensics is anything, everything which has to do with the post-mortem of an activity, incident over cyber security. And when you say digital forensics, essentially the devices involved are ranging from mobile to laptop to supercomputer to mainframe to quantum computing, naming any one of them. Right? So cyber is active, passive taken together. Digital is essentially active. So when you say digital forensics, it involves post-mortem of an attack, post-attack. Before an attack, everything is cyber security. After an attack, it becomes cyber forensics. So with this, I would like to also understand from our esteemed audience, if you would like me to get or delve deep into a very specific area or some of the clarifications from your side, I'll be very happy to answer.
Great, yeah. So yeah, just keep your questions ready. Or Anand, start. So she was trying to grasp sir. Okay, so that was great, Mr. Vishwas, to deep. Certainly, it was an ocean deep dive on technology. पर घबराइए मत, इनका काम ये है इसलिए ये बता रहे थे. So Ananya, one more thing which Mr. Vishwas has promised is, once you come from village, after doing your internship, right, a very secure job is coming your way, courtesy Mr. Vishwas and the district. So there is a lot of vacancies in this field, right? And that is what Mr. Vishwas was trying to tell you. The target here is to, just fill those vacancies. But 45 days बोला है उन्होंने, तो एक हफ्ता पहले यूपी, ठीक है? उसके बाद चलिए. So Mr. Vishwas, you didn't miss much. So take it easy. We'll go step by step. So coming to again a question to Mr. Joshi. Now you know that both sides very dangerous panelists sitting. One is offering you technology, one is offering you all the manpower, voluntary, right? So as a company which has a goal for CSR implementation and making India safe and digitally healthy, अब आप क्या करेंगे?
So, मैं अगर अपने विजन को यहाँ पे रखूँ प्रस्तुत कर, मैं जैसे कि मैंने बोला कि जो मेन मोटिव है अवेयरनेस, right? And when I talk about awareness, so if I'm going to, as she said, yes, there are places, if you go to remotest places in India, people might be hostile, right? कि वहीं से पता चला कि सारा साइबर क्राइम का बिजनेस चल रहा है और आप वहाँ पे जाकर के साइबर अवेयरनेस कर रहे हो, तो सारे के सारे लोग आपके पीछे पड़ जाएंगे, correct? So ideally, when you are making you have to decide between two things. One is an opportunity in cyber security domain, right? That is where employment comes into picture, right? So as I said earlier also, कुछ लोग होंगे जब वो वहाँ पे उनको पता चलेगा कि अच्छा मैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी में अपना करियर भी बना सकता हूँ, right? So they will definitely want to know about cyber security program in total. Now females जो कि housewives हैं, अब आप रूरल इंडिया में जाओ तो उनका सबसे बड़ा दिनचर्या का काम शुरू होता है, सबसे पहले सुबह भैंसों को चारा देना होता है, राइट? उसके बाद भैंसों को नहलाना होता है. तो that is where we come from. In Delhi it doesn't happen. If you go to the village, that is the routine that starts, right? अब आप उनको अगर 10 घंटे के लिए एक प्रोग्राम पे बुलाओगे, 8 घंटे उनको वहाँ पे आके साइबर सिक्योरिटी का प्रोग्राम सीखना है, तो शायद वो बिल्कुल भी पॉसिबल नहीं है.
रोज 10 घंटे का एक साथ नहीं बुलाएंगे. She is willing to stay for 1 week, right?
That's right. So that's what I said कि हमें ऑडियंस को भी ध्यान में रखना होगा कि जो ऑडियंस मेरे पास आ रही है, मेरे सेशन में आ रही है, एक हो सकता है वो बिल्कुल ही अनएजुकेटेड हो, राइट? तो मैं जो कंटेंट उनको पढ़ाने जा रहा हूँ, जो अवेयरनेस मैं उन्हें देने जा रहा हूँ, क्या उनके वो चीज समझ में आ रही? That's the reason I said when I am talking about an awareness program. So the awareness program should be full of case studies, right?
वो कर रही हैं. Case studies भी होगी.
Right? So case studies होनी चाहिए awareness program में.
Okay, so just to make you more comfortable, so basically वो सब है. So we are coming to now the money part of it.
Right.
Right? So that's what corporate CSR is primarily. So we have the intent of giving technology, we have the intent of giving manpower, right?
Right.
अब आपको as a program implement करने का आपको क्या challenge आएगा? तो आपने बोला एक तो महिलाएं सुबह मतलब व्यस्त रहती हैं, तो 1 घंटे के लिए we'll do for 1 hour per day.
Yes.
Right? But I think
per day.
yeah, let me ask you a very direct question because we're running out of time. So basically, what challenges you face as an organization who is implementing or who is sponsoring this program from the community perspective or from the government agency perspective? What was our touch?
Correct. So the first thing is the funds, right? There are no funds as such. Even if you talk about CSR funds will only talk about how many numbers, right? So again, as I said, I'm not talking about numbers here. I'm talking about making a cyber crime free village, right? So it will not happen in 10 hours or 20 hours. It will take years, right? It might take up to 5 years. कि मैं एक ब्लॉक में, अब अगर मुझे 5 साल के अंदर पूरे इंडिया को साइबर क्राइम फ्री बनाना है, तो मुझे फिर उसी तरह से वर्कफोर्स भी चाहिए.
So workforce है ना ये.
That's what I'm saying. If workforce is there, then that workforce needs to be sustained. Right. So for that, either there are funds which come from CSR domain.
Funds आएंगे सर, funds भी आएंगे, workforce भी आएगी. Basically आपको government से कोई challenge आता है नहीं पूछना. Government या जो बाकी local agencies उससे कोई challenge आते हैं तो क्या challenges होते हैं?
See, local such challenges इतने ज़्यादा नहीं होते हैं, because if you are from an NGO domain, तो कहीं ना कहीं आप पंचायत लेवल पे प्रेसिडेंट जो होते हैं पंचायत के, राइट, उन लोगों से आप टच में रहते हो, आप कलेक्ट्रेट के टच में रहते हो, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट के उसमें रहते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको वो सिक्योरिटी पूरी मिलती है. कहीं पे किसी विलेज में आपको पुलिस सिक्योरिटी चाहिए तो वो भी आपको मिलती है. बट देन अगेन, how you are making a program and how you are planning an implementation, So again, funds and all these things will come into picture, and if we have a workforce, like young workforce of volunteers, so definitely it can be done in a lesser course of time as well.
Right, okay, yeah, thanks Mr. Joshi. So you heard the version of Mr. Joshi of 5-year plan, and sitting next to him is a person on fire who has a 45 days plan, right? So that is the difference between corporate sector and social sector. That's what I wanted to highlight. और इसको दोनों को हमें merge करना है, so that you also don't lose breath by doing a 45 days, and you also don't go to sleep by thinking 5 years, right? So चलिए, first of all, thanks for being part of it. Final question, we'll put it to Mr. Vishwas, and once he's done, then we'll take questions from all of you. So thank you, all of you. But final question, Mr. Vishwas.
Sure.
So you heard basically what Mr. Joshi and Ms. Mangal said, what their perspective, and thanks for giving her a hope for a bright future in the cyber world, right? So Mr. Joshi touched a very pertinent point, that how to make people aware that how they can gain from the positives of digital world, and how avoiding cyber crime could be a lucrative career. जो उन्होंने बोला ना कि बताया था, but मेरा दूसरा point of view है. You will agree with it because you are from the same world of technology as I am, more connected with the corporate. So the job of doing wrong in this world of digital, the cyber crime में अगर आप गलत करना सीखेंगे, जो hacking बोलते हैं या जो, तो उसमें कहीं ज़्यादा कमाई है बजाय becoming a person like Ms. Mangal. So Ms. Mangal, just think what you should do, right, for the future. So that, coming to that point, that's what I want to touch. And what important point is, which will be shocking for all of you, is that it doesn't happen from the world of likes of Ms. Mangal, who are BTech graduates from technology perspective. These crimes are done by very less educated people. Have you heard of Jamtara? Right? Have you heard of a place called Gurgaon mein Mau? So these have become the cyber crime capitals, and I visited these places for my programs. And I was shocked to see that the persons who are doing this crime, they are not even 12th pass. And Ms. Mangal, just scratch your head once you go back to bed today. They might be earning 10 times what you intend to earn. So in this lucrative world of crime, what do you think, Mr. Vishwas, offering a job to Ms. Mangal is a better option, or getting those guys in your company and they can do some positive hacking? And just show your appreciation if you like this question, right? What is better?
A wonderful question. Thank you so much, Anurag sir. And thanks once again to Ananya madam and Gagan sir. Fundamentally, I'll tell you, there's something called as ethical hacking. Okay? So what it fundamentally means is that howsoever secure posture of a given corporate or an entity, right? Howsoever visible the government organization, starting from Ministry of Defense, Home, or any sensitive organizations, including intelligence agencies. So my experience is very straight and simple. Unless you can hack, you can never secure. A very simple formula, very simple one-line equation that holds true. And 1 lakh feet. Now, what it means fundamentally is that a good cybersecurity professional is the one who can emphatically come and say that I have successfully hacked without knowing a single credential of any device or of any login for that matter. If the answer is yes, so that person would fundamentally be a qualified person to come forward and say that I know the flow diagram of a given security posture. So, if we train such a resource, or if we can maybe dump our knowledge, manifest that knowledge or that talent, possibly he or she might become one of the most prized resources inside security parlance.
Great, yeah, so that's what we were hearing. So basically, it's not just engineering graduates, and a lot of startup companies, especially in the developed world, they don't see your credentials as your, whether you are a technology person, they put a case in front of you. if we can hack it, and as sir mentioned, right, if we can do it without knowing the credentials of devices and all that, then a $100,000 job is an offer immediately. So इसको इसी पे close करते हैं on a positive note, but with a negative tone that even if you know cyber crimes, how do you do it? That also is a wonderful knowledge to bring them back in the society. So let's take a pledge with a burgeoning population of our country, right? And we need help from all of you, sir, Ms. Mangal, Mr. Joshi, and Mr. Vishwas, in their own rights. Let's make this future right, future safe, and also give opportunities to those who can brilliantly hack without knowing your credentials, right? So that's it, and thank you for being, and I think it's high time, जितने भी आप कम थे लेकिन अच्छे थे, आपके ध्यान से सुन रहे थे, तो thank you. And any questions if you want?
And also connect me later, offline, online, wherever you feel comfortable.
टेक्नोलॉजी इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन जो इस चीज को रोक सकती है, बिकॉज क्राइम इज एनीवे इंक्रीजिंग एंड अपडेटिंग इटसेल्फ. अगर हम जैसे सर ने बताया कि स्कूल में भी जाके अपडेट अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें, बट वो भी क्राइम भी अपने आप में अपडेट कर रहा है, तो इट इज ग्रोइंग वेरी फास्ट. तो टेक्नोलॉजी इज द ओनली सॉल्यूशन. तो अगर थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं.
Great, sir. Thank you so much. So,
let me first, can we just introduce so that maybe you might have introduced earlier as well.
So, sir, thanks for the question. It's a very pertinent question. So, let me try and answer the question. So, when you see forensics, correct, lawful intercept is where the system moves. So, sophisticated digital forensics engines, they start at lawful intercept. You would have heard of companies like Telecommunication Consultants of India Limited, right? They are the ones who gave the birth to lawful intercept when it was implemented in Government of India, surveillance agencies, police organizations, intelligence agencies and all, right? Today, if you see, mobile forensics is taking the highest toll. Statistically, close to 43.7% of forensics investment that happens globally is towards mobile forensics partners. The reason being very straight and simple. Today's telecommuting world has paved way for maximum or highest hacking incidents, or you can say pilferage of accounts, whether it is savings accounts or current accounts, through unauthorized intrusions. So now when we say unauthorized intrusion, there is a technology called as intrusion prevention system, which is one gear above intrusion detection systems. Close to about a decade back, we used to talk of intrusion detection, which has now paved into intrusion prevention, mobile intrusion prevention, lawful intercept, and there is something also called as in the digital forensics. We talk of fingerprinting, counter scanning, so many of the technologies are there. So to answer your question, a starter or a fresher needs to firstly understand anatomy of an attack. Correct? That's where one has to start. So how does an attack happen? What is the flow chart of an attack? What is the mindset of an attacker? Then quickly understand, if I have to secure that system, where all do I lead into my enhanced security? So there are technologies like self-defending networks, multi-layer systems, security, two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication, digital identity, application security. It's an endless ocean actually. It keeps on going as ripples in the ocean. So now, given the limit of time and esteemed audience, I can only say that I'll be more than happy to upgrade, infuse, learn, unlearn, relearn from true enthusiasts, those who can sincerely commit themselves towards upgradation or beefing up the knowledge, having paved this knowledge in a larger space. So cyber forensics extremely critical. If you want to know what is the kind of investment government of India has done so far, it is close to 3.5 billion USD. So far has been already implemented. Beyond this, there is something called as National Forensic Science Laboratories, which is also in Gandhinagar, Gujarat, considered to be forensic world. And they start with lawful intercept. So, limit of time, sir. I will only request you to say that reach me on phone. We can also take it forward one-on-one since you are in Gurgaon. I'll be more than happy to support and take it forward.
A big thank you to all the participants for your inputs on the theme. A special thank you, Mr. Anurag Krishna, for moderating the session. I would request Dr. Sebastian Raj to give away the certificates and samples.
On behalf of JRDS, I am thankful to all the participants here as well as the panelists. So I welcome you all